Cecil rocking with you 10 to 2. That is what we do, and we appreciate you being here. However it is you're taking in the program, tell you all the time, we get it. Life, job, kids are on summer break, driving you crazy all day. Maybe you can't check in for the full 4 hours. Understand that, but if you are, shout out. You the real MVP. We appreciate you for doing that. My man Cecil Lammy enjoying a couple of days off. He's in Los Angeles for a couple of days on assignment out there. So on draft day, we call in the big dog, Jake Shapiro, to talk all things Nugs with me throughout this 4 hours. We got a ton to do today, Jake, but it is draft day in the NBA. It's the first day where the Nuggets might be able to do something and change or manipulate their roster. So I'm fired up that you're here on this day specifically so we can break down everything Nugs that's going on with the draft.
Yeah, I feel like, if the Rockies were good and you got a good rotation and one of you guys go down and instantly you're calling Albuquerque, I'm ready to go. I'm on the ambulance squad. I'm ready to go. So happy to be here. Today's the day for me. I'm expecting to have a very long day, a 12-plus hour work day, because if the Denver Nuggets pick tonight, I will be at a press conference about 12 hours from now with Ben Tenzer and Jonathan Wallace. But nonetheless, as you said, Josh, was unlikely anything was really going to happen with the Nuggets trade-wise or free agency-wise until maybe yesterday, and that's when things started heating up with the Giannis deal, and now the dam is kind of broken open with the NBA and transactions, including a former Nuggets assistant coach who just got hired today.
Mike Nori's on his way to Portland to take that job, which again, you got to say yes to the jobs, but I like Micah, and I'm sad he has to work for that owner. But he's got to take the job to get the next job, and that's what that is. So we got a ton of Nuggets to do, but you've said it. The NBA floodgates have kind of opened up with, OKC has already made a trade. The Timberwolves have now made a trade, and Milwaukee has gotten rid of Giannis Antetokounmpo out there going to Miami. So Boston heated up a little bit late. Miami comes in and makes the final offer. I guess Jaylen Brown and a couple draft picks weren't enough. So the Miami Heat get Giannis. He stays in the East. That's a good problem for the Denver Nuggets. But what will Miami look like? I don't know, Jake. I don't know if I just look at, now I got to look at the Heat as a championship contender, because I've watched Giannis be on a team with a bunch of nobodies for a few years in Milwaukee and do nothing.
So I got a couple questions for you off this. Number one, I'll just give the take. Miami got a top 25 basketball player of all time yesterday, and the amount of times a current top 5 player in the sport, we talked about this yesterday on Shapiro and Piro, has been traded after being with the team for 10-plus years, it's literally Oscar Robertson and Kevin Garnett. That's the entire list in NBA history.
So 3 guys now that Giannis is on the list.
Yeah.
Damn.
And 2 of them are Milwaukee Bucks related. You could make the case Kareem, but Kareem wasn't there for 10 years, so it's like that. But even if you just broaden it to guys that are top 5 players in the league that get moved, this is about a once, maybe every 5 to 10 years type thing. LeBron James and free agency. Kevin Durant when he went to the Warriors, not even when he went to the Nets because he was coming off the Achilles. So that is a massive move, and you can't underestimate Bam Adebayo either. He is a fantastic player.
That's a good point.
With Davion Mitchell and Andrew Wiggins, who was one of the best players on a finals team just 4 years ago, that defense is going to be unbelievable, Josh. And they've got a lot of holes on their team. I don't ultimately vault them to 5th in title odds like the odds makers have right now.
That's what it jumped up to already?
They're 5th. They're ahead of the Nuggets.
Wow. I guess they are going to beat teams like 82 to 74.
Probably. I mean, they have the 2 best defensive centers outside of Chet and Wemby in the game together. So that's a fascinating combo. If they re-sign Norm Powell, who's one of the best movement shooters in the league, that's very helpful.
I know you like Norm, too.
I love Norm. There are a couple moves they can make here and there, but I'm going to wait to give you how I feel about Miami. But the way I look at it, obviously, in Denver is from the Nuggets' prism. And the Nuggets have a very similar player in terms of resume to Giannis Antetokounmpo and Nikola Jokic. And my question to you is, if the Nuggets were in this situation that the Milwaukee Bucks were in, whose offer would you rather have taken? Boston's with Jaylen Brown, a couple picks, and maybe a couple young players, but not Hugo Gonzalez. Or Miami, where they get the hometown Milwaukee prep basketball star Tyler Hero,
who they're already saying they might trade.
We'll see about that. I think he might stay around.
Okay.
Yakinchunas, who's a good player. Jaquez, who's a good player.
I like Jaquez a lot.
Kalel Ware, who's one of the best young players in the NBA. And then a couple first-round picks. Which one would you pick if you were in the Bucks situation and this was Nikola Jokic?
Oh, God, it's such a I don't want to be in this moment kind of question, but it's a great question. And I would think, man, in the moment, like first initial gut reaction is give me Jaylen Brown. Because I can convince myself into being competitive still with this roster and Jaylen being on it and Nikola not being on it. I'm probably delusional in that convincing of myself, but that's what I would try to do on first swipe, that's what I'm going for. And then to step back and think about it, and if I were to go, all right, if I had Jaylen Brown on this roster, am I winning a championship this year? Probably not, right? Am I winning a championship next year? Probably not. So do you then just play the long game and go, yeah, let me get younger, let me get a few pieces that I can move and change around? And I would say, I think the answer is what they did, but it would be very hard for me to ignore. Like, you're kind of punting on a couple of seasons in the NBA, and that's a really hard sell to your fan base.
So ultimately, the poo-poo platter wins for both John Horst and Josh Dover over a top 15 player in the league.
Yeah. What would you pick?
I think that I would have to bet on the fact that Jaylen Brown was the most valuable thing you could get in that trade, and you could make a case. I'm not someone who would make this case that Jaylen Brown's year next year could look better than Giannis Antetokounmpo, that you might actually be getting the better player in the trade as of right now in 2026. Yeah. And I'm all about getting the best singular player and asset that you can get. And I know he's got 2 years left on the deal. I know that you might be sitting here trying to trade him again in February. But the thing is, you can trade him again in February and get all of those first-round picks, 4 or 5 first-round picks again. So I am not even the biggest Jaylen Brown fan, but I think when you have an opportunity to get a player of that caliber, as well as a little bit of a poo-poo platter on the side, it's really hard to not take that deal.
Yeah. Well, and I also thought about this morning, thinking about watching ESPN and everything, getting ready of like, Jaylen Brown is already a weird situation in Boston. What's it now? Knowing that they were going to ship him out. I know he's a pro and he's going to do all the right things, but you could tell me you're a pro as long as you want. I'm a human being too. If I knew this place wanted to ship me out, I wouldn't show up in a good mood every day.
I think he's probably traded within the next 48 hours.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So before the draft is over?
Yes, basically.
Wow.
There's a couple really appealing trades, and I think Boston probably actually preferred those trades, but when they could drive up the offer with Miami, who is one of their rivals.
So they're playing the game.
While also going, yeah, we probably our best trade this offseason is Trey Murphy and Herb Jones from New Orleans, who are good swing players.
Yeah, I like Trey Murphy.
Yeah, that's probably our best trade. But you know what? If we get Giannis Antetokounmpo, we get Giannis Antetokounmpo. And at the very worst, we're making Miami look bad.
Yeah.
So I don't really think this hurts Jaylen Brown's value because he has been rumored to have been traded and on the block since literally Anthony Davis was in New Orleans. Like, this is a guy who has consistently been on the trade block. And you know what? If I was a Boston Celtics fan, the way I'm a Nuggets fan, I would hate to see Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic not play a game together. I would hate to be in this situation where we just put this guy on the trade block and they're probably not going to end their careers together. And the last time they took the floor together in a way where both were healthy, they basically won the championship.
Yeah, right.
So, it's a really frustrating situation. I also think they did a really good job, unlike the Nuggets, of filling out their roster after their championship year there. So, yeah, I do think that we've probably seen Jaylen Brown's last game in Boston because when you're dangled that much on the trade block, combined with the fact that you got a little taste of that being your team and now you're going to go back to being the B guy.
Yeah.
Those are two things historically that do not work in the NBA, and you got both of them working against you.
So it was a big night in the NBA. We'll see if things are done. Jake talking about another blockbuster trade. What else will go down tonight? Round 1 of the NBA draft. Tomorrow night, round 2 of the NBA draft. The Nuggets will be on the clock in both of those. So let's talk a little bit about what we expect, what we hope for. Jake, I know you've got a few names you want to talk about. I've got a few names. that I can talk about, hey, if you stay at 26, this is what I like. If you're willing to move up, and how far are you willing to move up? I got a couple of names for each scenario that we're going to kick around. We also want to hear from you guys for Tribe and Trucker Roll Call. The Tribe is you plus us, and Tribe Roll Call is all about you. Let us give you and your company a little shout out on the show, especially if you own that company. A little free plug for you. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck? Hit us up at 303-713-1043. That's the RamosLaw.com text line. If you put your name on your text, you're probably going to get your text read a little sooner rather than later. For you truckers that make the world go round, tell us what you're hauling as well. And if you don't want to text us, hit us up on YouTube, youtube.com/DenverSports. Get in on the Dover and Cecil stream. The Tribe chat is fueled by Sean Ponda. You can hit us up over there as well. All right, so we are off and rolling. Let's get into the Nuggets side of what tonight may bring. Coming up next.
Get your game on, go play. Does Denver's two MVP superstars need to win at least one more championship each in order to cement their legacies as all-time greats in their sport?
But if you are talking about legacies and you're talking about all-time greatness and you're talking about the idea of your players or your teams being remembered 20, 30, 40 years from now, and you really do care about legacy, then yes, Jokic has to win another championship. McKinnon has to win another Stanley Cup.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey guys, it's that time of year. Time to get your lawn in great shape for the season. And when it comes to healthier, greener grass, I know of no 2 better products than Rich Lawn Turf Food and Revive Ready Spray. Richlawn Turf Food is premium organic-based fertilizer that builds stronger soil and keeps your lawn lush and green longer. And you'll find Richlawn Turf Food along with Easy Green Grass Seed, Iron Rich for yellow lawns, and Go Rich organic-based garden fertilizer at the Home Depot or your local garden center. Then give your lawn a boost with Revive, the fast-acting organic-based lawn treatment that helps create thicker, greener grass with deeper watering and deeper roots. Say goodbye to the backyard blues, guys. With Richlawn and Revive, your yard will be ready in no time. Find it at Home Depot or your local gardening center.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, checking out your texts coming in. Tribe and Chucker roll call hitting us up. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck out there today? Our guy Joe from Loveland's checking in. He's always out there working for WS Barricade, always on Botham Road again, 2 days in a row. Lane closed. We appreciate you, Joe, for checking in. Jake, you're getting texts and hit up by a 289er about how the Cronkies and Pinners are working together. If there's a story about it, Jake will be all over it. About billion-dollar projects going on together.
Well, they are working together. They own Walmart.
Yeah, that's right.
They're
doing all right.
There you go. I connected the dots.
Somebody else talking about the Jaylen Brown conversation just texted in and said Jaylen Brown or Watson. Now, look, I know we all like Payton Watson, but he's nowhere near the level of basketball player that Jaylen Brown is, and I'm not sure he ever will be.
Wasn't it like a big deal when Peyton Watson scored 30 points like
Yeah,
a couple times
yeah,
last year?
yeah.
Jaylen Brown averaged 29 points per game last year.
Right. Jaylen, there's tears, right? Jaylen's a couple ahead of where Peyton lives right now and might never get to.
Peyton's literal best days of his career is Jaylen Brown's average day.
Yeah. So I like that you're thinking about it, but if you called the Boston Celtics with that deal, they'd hang up on you and then block your number. So you definitely don't want to do that. Molly's checking in, says she's delivering bins for the nonprofit A Precious Child. Love that organization as well. Let's fill the backpacks. Go Broncos, says Molly. Molly, you're doing great work. Appreciate you checking in with us while you're out there grinding and doing it. All right, Jake, let's talk about it, man. Let's talk about a couple of names here for the Nuggets on tonight's draft. And I looked at this last night and I thought, all right, there's a couple ways I can go. You're going to stay at 26. I'll come up with a couple names that I like. You're going to move up into the teens, and then there's a couple of names that I like. You want to get nuts and move up into the top 10? All right, well, I got a couple of names for that category as well. I doubt that's what they're moving up to in that top 10, but let's just start with them staying. If they were to just simply stay at 26, I've seen the Koa Peets, I've seen the Abuka Okori conversations, a freshman guard from Stanford who's only 6'1", but can fill it up. You want to talk about scoring 30? Okori did it 8 times just this last year. Now, he's doing it against a different level of competition, but he did it 8 times. So those are a couple of names for 26 that if you go, all right, they landed that person, I'd go, okay, cool. Koa Pete is pretty raw. That's kind of a developmental thing there, but
I disagree with that.
Really?
Yeah.
You think he's ready to go in the NBA level?
I think anyone post 15 in the draft is going to be struggling to go at the NBA level.
Okay.
So I don't know that that's just like a Koa Pete thing, but in terms of rawness, yeah, Koa Pete's 19 years old, and you know that he's a 7-foot center who sometimes looks like Bambi out there, like Wemby. But at the same time,
I don't know if he's more afraid to shoot than Christian Brown. That's a problem.
It's not a problem when you're 7'1" and you can get inside. It's a problem when you're 6'5" and your literal position is called shooting.
Yeah, that's probably an issue.
But yeah, I'm a big Koa Pete fan. I mean, Josh, it's one of my most haunting opinions of myself, and I reflect about myself as a Colorado basketball fan. Unfortunately, I love almost every Arizona basketball player and every Arizona team, and Koa Pete made me fall in love with him this year.
You get to see him beat the Buffs pretty regularly.
Yeah, all those guys are really good.
They are good. Now, look, like I said, if they ended up with Koa Pete, I wouldn't be mad. If they ended up with Okori, I'd have some questions, but I wouldn't be upset about it because of ball handling and scoring ability. But my favorite player for number 26, and I'm even hesitant to say he's there at 26, it's the Swain kid, the kid from Texas, who's 6'7". He's a guard and a forward, can handle the ball, can create on his own, can isolate and score. I saw him attacking with some spin moves, crossovers, using his body to get to the rim. He's got that 6'7" frame that if you're big enough and a guard's going to guard you, you can score on that dude at any level. He's not a great shooter. You can teach that, but I love the name Swain if they're going to stay in or around number 26. I do think that's a guy that you're going to need him to play in your backup point guard position, backup guard position. I think of all these guys that we're going to talk about today, he's my favorite to go and do that immediately from this draft. For the Nuggets.
Josh, I woke up, had my little soda,
Yeah, Baja Blast. I'm so jealous.
It's going to be a good day. Trying to make it a good day. I'm trying to manifest it. Checked ESPN.com when their little mock draft.
Yeah.
Went down to 26. Oh, what are the Nuggets doing tonight? What do they got going? Point guard, shooting guard, Alabama.
Oh.
LeBaron Philon.
Okay.
And let me tell you.
I thought you were going to say they had my guy.
No. And they don't have my guy either. But that's because I did not expect LeBaron Philon when I filled out some of my mock drafts on DenverSports.com to fall all the way to 26. This is a guy who in the SEC, who's arguably the best basketball conference in the country now. It's either that or the Big 12.
What about the Big 10? Just take it easy.
Yeah, I know you're a little bit biased, but that's okay. Josh, he scored 22 points per game last year, was an All-American third-teamer as a sophomore. He was shooting 40% from three on 6 attempts a game, creating a lot of them himself as a point guard. Had 5 assists per game. Now, the one knock on him is he's 6'4", 6'3", which isn't even honestly that small for a point guard.
The Okori kid's 6'1" on a good day.
And Okori's really interesting, but Okori's also a year younger, I believe,
He's
than
a true
Philon.
freshman.
Yeah. And he was a guy who was scoring 20-plus points per game in the ACC, which, again, power conference, like really impressive stuff. But Philon's a guy who, if you looked back at mock drafts in March, was a top 10 pick. And the reason why Philon would be available at 26 is as simple as this. The Los Angeles Clippers lucked into the 5th overall pick. That's where the point guards are really going to start to come off the board. The Los Angeles Clippers have Darius Garland. The 6th pick is the Brooklyn Nets. The Brooklyn Nets drafted literally 4 point guards last year.
Yeah.
The 7th pick, the Kings need a point guard. The 8th pick, the Hawks need a point guard. 9th, Dallas. Cooper Flagg's kind of their point guard. They've been playing point guard. 10, Bucks could do whatever. Warriors have a point guard. Thunder have a point guard. Bucks, again, they're not going to draft 2 point guards. Hornets have a point guard. Like, there's more point guards than there's teams that are needing of point guards. So one of these guys that is big time is going to fall down. And for a while, I thought it was going to be Christian Anderson from Texas Tech or maybe Bennett Sturts from Iowa. But you're talking about the kid from Stanford, Okori, and I think there's a chance he's falling down as well. But if it's not Okori and if it's LeBaron Philon,
I like Philon better than Okori.
that is the biggest win I can tell you for what would be possible for the Nuggets at 26.
Okori, I'm actually kind of out on Okori. So they're going to get an undersized guard that can dribble and shoot a little bit. Is that not who Jalen Pickett already is?
Well, and that's my thing with the guards this year, and I understand why on paper there is a need, and I'd agree because I've said for now 3 years the Nuggets have a ball handling issue. I think a lot of it is solved by simply re-signing Tyus Jones and playing Tyus Jones to the extent that it can be solved because you're still going to play Christian Brown. And the fact that your shooting guard can't dribble is a problem.
Can't dribble, can't shoot.
That's the problem. But if you're looking for a backup guard, honestly, the depth chart of Jamal Murray, Tyus Jones, Jalen Pickett is fine as is. Adding a 4th guard, and KJ Simpson if he's back as your 4th string guard.
I forgot about KJ, yeah.
Like, that's a fine 4-guard lineup.
I actually like KJ better than Jalen.
Me too. But although Jalen had us winning the Super Bowl in Philly this year, that was pretty awesome.
Wow, that is nice.
You can't remember that that Super Bowl win in Philly against Joel Embiid, right, with Zeke Najee?
Right,
oh, what a game. So I just disagree with the notion that the Nuggets need a point guard and should target the area. But if LeBaron Philon's there at 26, or if he's falling to 22, 23, that's a guy I like. Now, if LeBaron Philon's not there, I'm with you. The Texas kid Swain is among the higher guys on my board. To me, the number one guy, that is just completely ungettable for the Nuggets, in my opinion, is Yaxel Lendenberg from Michigan.
I was looking at him last night.
The number 2 guy, which I think is gettable, also on the Michigan team, is Morris Johnson.
You wrote about him. We talked about him a little bit yesterday, and then I went and watched a little bit more of him. Again, that's another kid that I like too. A bigger player. We said it yesterday of like, he's not this like Aaron Gordon guy that's just, hey, we got a new Aaron Gordon, but he's can be pretty close to that. But I mean, where's he going to land? We talking like 12 to 16?
Yeah, and here's the thing. Morris Johnson coming into this draft, if you look again at the mocks, like after the season when the order was first set, and he was going late first round. He was right in the Nuggets territory. His workouts, because he's an athletic freak, rose him up the boards. I think combined with the fact that the NBA playoffs make everyone remember, hey, yeah, size and athleticism, that's what wins basketball games. And right now he's projected to go to the Oklahoma City Thunder at 12 because of course he is.
Oh, God.
But that also means Yaxel Lendenberg, as of now, is dropping to 17. Also a pick owned by the Oklahoma City Thunder. But I thought for a while that the Warriors were going to pick one of these guys at 11. They've actually got the other Michigan front court player, Ade Mara, right now, according to ESPN.
That's like the 7'4" dude.
Yeah, and this is why I really like both Lendenborg and Johnson for the Nuggets, is they just proved in college they can play 3, 4, or 5. And the Nuggets, in my opinion, the biggest thing they've been missing from the entirety of the Nikola Jokic era, not this ball handling issue the last 3 years, but like a 10-year issue, is they have lacked a power forward who could size up and play the 5 without Jokic or play with Jokic at the 4. Aaron Gordon is basically that. I just hate playing Aaron Gordon at the 5 because it just puts so much stress on his body. Basically, can we get Aaron Gordon light? And one of those guys was moved in the NBA yesterday, and Nick Claxton is part of the Julius Randle trade. That's one of the guys I've long highlighted as a guy that could be good next to, Nikola Jokic. So there's 2 types of guys, whether they can stretch the floor and shoot a little bit like AG and, be athletic and play defense, or if it's just a guy who's just an elite rim finisher. Now, Johnson is not the best shooter. He's more athletic and a rim finisher. Lendenberg, and this is funny to say about a guy who literally picked up a basketball for the first time 5 years ago in Yaxel Lendenberg, but he's a little bit more of the skilled type guy.
Wow.
And if you look at guys that are 23 years old or older in the NBA draft coming in, because Lendenberg spent 5 years in college, he went to UAB, he went to JUCO, now he's at Michigan. That's a guy, to me, that is projectable in terms of his skills can grow, but also fits your team need. I don't know that he's coming to you all the way down there, but if he's at 20, throw Cam Johnson in there, move up from 26, do whatever you can, man.
Just get that guy no matter what the cost is.
Not no matter what the cost is, but pretty close.
I mean, it feels like Cam in 6 spots feels like you could get a little bit more. We've got to revisit that, but there's still a ton to talk about. There's still a couple names I want to throw out of like, hey, if you're really getting aggressive in the top 10, there's a couple guards out there that I really like that we'll talk about. I want to get into a conversation about these reports we're seeing out there with the Avs and looking to, or at least be willing to, move Val Nichushkin. That sure seems a lot easier said than done. Let's dive into that little and a conversation about these 2 teams that KSE owns. Avs and Nugs roster. Who will be in the better spot come this fall? That's next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Summer has officially arrived. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors wants to help you get your home ready before the seasons change. All June long, when you purchase a whole house of siding, you'll get free gutter guards, a limited time offer designed to protect your home and your wallet. Don't wait, guys. Book your project now and enjoy stunning new siding before fall weather rolls in. Visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free estimate. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
I'm Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. A lot of new firms aren't even from Colorado, but we are. For 47 years, we've known Colorado law, we've fought for our neighbors, and we won for our community. If you've been injured, call 303-GOOD-LAW.
Hey guys, did you know 1 in 4 men over 40 have low testosterone? But 100% of them can get their testosterone levels back. Low T Center tailors their TRT to every man to make sure his levels are where they need to be. They even take insurance. So head over to FixMyLowT.com and book a free testosterone test. FixMyLowT.com.
1-877-CARS 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. And if you're over 50, there's a good chance you're dealing with an enlarged prostate. Waking up at night, weak stream, all of it. Here's the good news. PAE, prostate artery embolization, is minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatment with near zero impact on sexual function. Lakewood location, personalized care. Visit coloradoae.com.
This Father's Day, do more with Dad and spend less with low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot. Get him fired up with a new grill and accessories, like the Next Grill 5-burner for just $299, so you can spend more time together while he becomes the grill master he was always meant to be. Or build memories with savings on top brand power tools so you can tackle projects side by side. Gift more and do more together this Father's Day with help from the Home Depot. Exclusions apply. See homedepot.com/price match for details.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My father started Williams Jewelers in 1947 as a humble little neighborhood jewelry shop, and I opened our Cherry Creek North store in 1973. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Michelle Williams. I literally grew up here in the jewelry business, grading diamonds and gemstones and designing custom jewelry for families just like yours.
Here at Williams Jewelers, you'll find our curated collections, including Hearts on Fire, Lake of Bahar, Sloan Street, Mastaloni pearls, and dozens more.
And a diamond and bridal department with the latest engagement ring styles and wedding bands from Tacori, A. Jaffe, and Gabriel & Company.
Add to that Tag Heuer sporting watches and pre-owned Rolex timepieces, all at the guaranteed best prices in Colorado.
At Williams Jewelers, we're proudly old school Cherry Creek North, where people and sweet puppies are always welcome.
And where you'll always be treated just like our father would.
Like family.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Trade Gen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is formation. FORMATION. Text formation to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's formation to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, fun conversation going on with the hoops. Big day in the NBA today. We appreciate everybody checking in with us. Our guy Mark's checking in. Says, I love the show because you just don't speak about the Broncos the entire time. Of course, the Broncos get plenty of airtime, but it's a big NBA day. When the NHL starts to get, post-season, off-season stuff fired up, we're going to get into that as well. So we talk Denver sports all day, every day. That's what this is about. Fired up that my man Jake Shapiro is here so we can have these conversations about what's going on with the Nuggets. And we still want to hear from you guys all day long on the Ramos.com text line at 303-713-1043 and over on YouTube, youtube.com/DenverSports.
Luke Jones says, what's up? What's up, my guy?
What up, Luke Jones? It's one of our A1s from day ones as well. Yeah, hit us up over on Tribe Chat, fueled by Sean Honda. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about Nuggets and Avs conversation. We'll start with kind of an Avs rumor, I guess, if you want to call it that, about Val Nichushkin. Some floated rumors that, like, hey, they'd be willing to move off of Val Nichushkin. He might be the player they're looking to move to change their roster because, Jake, they can't really do anything. NHL roster has 23 guys on it, active guys on it. They have 17 returning contracts. Not a lot of room to change what you're doing, so could you change one of these big players in Val Nichushkin? I would say this. Everybody goes, yeah, let's trade Val. Let's trade Val. That'd be great. Yeah, we want to trade Val. Guess what he hasn't been? Good the last 2 years. And guess what he's on? Still on thin ice when it comes to drugs and alcohol and the system that he's put himself in with the NHL. So I'm with you. I'm not here to say, no, I got to protect Val Nichushkin. He's a part of this core, and you got to keep him in burgundy and blue. That's stupid. If you want to trade Val, and you can trade Val, do it. Get your roster better. But this isn't NHL 26 and the salary cap's off, and we can do whatever we want. You got to have a dance partner. And, Jake, you tell me what other team in the NHL would want to take on a guy with that kind of salary on thin ice and has been below average 2 consecutive seasons. Who are we gonna fleece to get that deal done?
I disagree with all of that, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Tell me why.
Because Valeri Nichushkin 3 years ago was a point-per-game player, and he's not that far off that pace, and I think you can pretty much easily talk yourself into the fact that he's only 31 years old, he's got a lot of size, he's a skilled forward, and we know that size may be not the most physical, but you could talk yourself into it if you're a team.
He needs to be more physical, if anything.
Oh, I completely agree, but we're looking at an NHL salary cap that's going to jump by $9 million this year. Valeri Nichushkin making $7 million. What is it exactly? It's like 6.5.
6. Yeah, it's a little over 6.
That's not a bad contract for a guy who is a middle 6 forward, maybe a second liner in the right situation. And if you look at a lot of the guys that are on the trade block this year, whether it's I'm looking at Sportsnet right now, and it's guys like Connor Hellenbuck is even now mentioned, and Owen Tippett and Darnell Nurse and Bowen Byram, and a lot of these guys are between $9 and $5 million. And honestly, if you have a chance to get Tomas Hertl at $8.1 million or Val Nichushkin at $6 million, there's a team that's the right situation for. So I actually don't think it's that hard to move Val. The question is, what are you getting back? And the answer is probably not someone as skilled or talented because of the issues off the ice. It's hard to get that back when someone's making a bet on a guy, especially a guy who's proven in other locations that he was not a very good player, but with your system in Colorado, where seemingly McKinnon ball, like Jokic ball, McKinnon puck, gets guys lots of points. I do like how it's like just written in the stars that the Avs aren't allowed to have Nazem Kadri and Val Nichushkin on the same roster for more than a couple weeks at a time. But I do really look at this situation, and I think if the Avs are to do what I wanted them to do after that series, which was I wanted them to get someone that could pair with Cale Makar instead of Devontae's. Not getting rid of Devontae's. I want Devontae's, but getting another defenseman that could play with Makar or on the second line without Makar, just giving them another option. I think, to me, that's the biggest Avs need, is just another really good top 4 defenseman. And if it takes Val Nichushkin, because the Avs have such limited assets, to move that to get that, I'm down.
I can't argue with you, because that's one thing I've been talking about on the show of, like, get a blue line depth piece that you're never going to find an offensive defenseman to the level of Cale Makar. But can you find an offensive defenseman that's not afraid to jump up into the play? Who was it, boys, when we were talking about with Cale? Was it Sam Malinsky? Was it Malinsky? Who just, in that Vegas series, goes to chase a puck. It's right inside the blue line, staying in the offensive zone, and he backs off because he knows he doesn't have the recovery speed if he doesn't win the puck battle. Give me somebody that has a little bit more of that confidence of, like, hey, I am going to play a little bit with an offensive mind. But again, the question is, can you find that guy, and can you convince another team, hey, this is the swap. You take Val because you need that physical presence, a guy that used to be I don't know if I could say an elite scorer, but certainly a scoring threat night in and night out.
I mean, he was an elite scorer, Josh. He had 53 points in 54 games 3 years ago.
That's all right. That's good.
That's.
But see, I have a hard time living in 3 years ago. I wasn't 40 yet, and now I'm old and washed. You know what I mean? Like 3 years ago is a pretty long time in a sports world.
3 years ago was before all the drug stuff started, really. So, yes, I understand what you're saying, but in the same regard, again, this is a guy who has proven it. In the NHL, it's not like all of a sudden you hit a brick wall when you turn 30. That's not the sport that happens in. You have still maybe 500 games left to play. Like, there's still a lot of room for you to grow. So I'm not someone that's just sitting here going, it needs to change to the point where the Avs need to get Val Nichushkin off for nothing. I think they could run it back with much of the same team. I actually agree with a lot of what Joe Sakic said, and I'm not trying to be like Avs homer guy, but they had an incredible regular season. They played 2 awesome playoff series, and then they ran into a really hot team with a hot goalie who proved around later to not be that hot anymore. I think it was just poor timing. So I wouldn't mind to see the Avs run it back, but in the vein of trading for Nazem Kadri to make it happen, if there was a Val Nichushkin for Bowen Byram trade somewhere out there, I'm down. Right. If we could get a Val Nichushkin for Morgan Riley trade, as Toronto kind of remakes their stuff, I'm down. Like, there's a couple guys out there who do interest me, who I think would have a real tangible impact on this team. And again, the bigger issue is, where is the value price point on Val? And I think it really is just going to depend on team to team. So it matters if that team has what you're looking for. And you were a little critical there of Sam Malinsky. I think it's really key to remember how good Sam Malinsky was in the regular season, and him offering some dynamic scoring punch from the blue line and good skating ability. And yeah, he looked bad in the playoffs. After that injury he suffered early on in the playoffs, he never looked like the same confident player he was. Maybe it was the injury. Maybe it was the fact that he was a rookie basically in the playoffs in terms of playoff years. But I do think Sam Malinsky is a guy who will be a lot better next year.
And look, I was kind of like, he can't be what Kale is. That shouldn't be critical, because nobody can do that.
You know where Bobby Orr is? Like, can we find Bobby Orr? Like, right. That's Kale.
Come on, get that
guy.
What
I mean? Yeah.
That was what it is. Just like, oh, wow, that's the difference. That moment stood out to me. Hey, if your kid's interested in picking up the game of football, you got to come hang out with us. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan is having our 3rd annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp, and it's going down this Saturday, June 27th, thanks to our friends over at Walmart at All City Stadium, Denver South High School. Kids aged between 8 and 14 can get hands-on coaching from former Denver Bronco players like Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, Brandon Stokely, as well as a staff of coaches from Denver South. All proceeds are going to benefit Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So for more information and to get your kids signed up, hit us up online. It's denversports.com/camp. That's denversports.com/camp. All right, we say we're going to do it when they do something worthy of our airtime, and they did it last night. The Colorado Rockies, a walk-off win thanks to Jake McCarthy. You and I were texting during the game, Jake. Let's talk about everything that went wrong up until the 9th inning coming up next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Last up, Arvada. June 26th from 2 to 6 at Arvada Beer Garden.
That was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
If you miss the filing deadline again, the consequences can be substantial and the penalty is huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, often criminally. So call the people I trust, Advanced Tax Solutions. They will help you get back into the system and off the IRS's radar. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
It's home selling season. And what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Low ball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one customer said. I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's orchard.com.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
Okay, I admit it. At 303 Law 4040, we like to have a little fun with the made-for-TV lawyers who pretend that they're from Colorado. In reality, they live in places like Chicago, Arizona, Texas. Heck, one guy flies in from New York City. New York City! Just so he can do his commercial and fly back home. Crazy thing happening here in Colorado. Outside private equity funds are pouring millions of advertising dollars to prop up these guys and get them to pretend they are local voices that you can trust. So what really happens when you call one of those pretend made-for-TV lawyers? Here's an example. A young man was hurt. He called one of those guys. The insurance company said, nah, we're denying the claim. No money for you. His made-for-TV lawyer said, sorry. So his friend said, you need to call 303 Law 4040. We took the case and told the insurance company their denial was BS. And they said, you're right. Here's all the money. If you've been injured, don't waste your time calling a pretend made-for-TV lawyer. Call 303 Law 4040. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. It's 303 Law 4040.
It's hot out there. Stoke here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Are you ready for one of the hottest summers we've ever seen? It might be time to cut your air conditioner and draft a new high-performing air conditioning system that will keep you and your home cool and comfortable. There are amazing financing options and incredible rebates too, only from the best ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair, ROX rocks heating and air.
From cowboy flying aces to local astronauts, discover the Coloradans who changed flight forever. Determined to fly. Now open at Wings Over the Rockies. Learn more at wingsmuseum.org.
One-wheel Broncos talk. Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're going to talk a little bit about the Colorado Rockies. I do want to give everybody a little heads up that summer's here. Road trips are all the rage in the summer, if you can afford it with these gas prices. Might be questioning whether or not you're going to take that road trip because of gas prices. Well, let Denver Sports help you out. We're going to give you a shot to win a weekly $250 gas card and a possible grand prize of $1,000. All you have to do is something you're doing right now. Listen. And listen for keywords. We're giving them out every hour. When you hear that keyword, you want to text it to 303-713-1043. You'll have until the hour ends to text in that hour's keyword. I'd also spell it right if I were you. The more keywords you enter, the more chances you're going to have to win. For complete rules, visit denversports.com/keyword. That's denversports.com/keyword. Good luck out there. All right, Jake, you and I were texting back and forth a little bit last night. We were texting about the disaster that was going on with the Colorado Rockies, who at one point had, what was the number, 8 straight singles, 7 or 8 straight singles?
8 straight hits to win the game.
Nothing to show from it because, well, they ran the bases like my T-ball team does that's 5 years old and plays up in Northland on Wednesday nights. It was, like, pathetic doesn't do it justice to how bad the base running was in that what was it, the 8th inning?
It was the 8th
when
inning.
It went down. So Julian gets sent home and is thrown out by a mile when he should have just held up at third, and you have the bases loaded with one out.
No. You're missing.
Oh, I'm too far ahead?
You're too far ahead.
Okay, what happened before this?
So,
because I still have 5 things from the 8th inning that happened I want to talk about.
Okay, so the start of this is Edward Julian, who for God knows what reason isn't in the starting lineup. Every time I'm at Coors Field, which is unfortunately a lot, he is good. Yeah. And I never thought I'd be going pa allez for Edward Julian right now. That's what they do in France, by the way, because he's Quebecois.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Pa allez!
Oh,
that's what they do in the stand. So if you see Edward Julian do that at Coors Field, he'll give you a little look like, oh my God, that guy knows what he's doing. I don't know why he's not in the starting lineup. Willie Castro should be playing third base instead of Kyle Karros. I'm mad that he's not in the starting lineup. Every time I'm there, he's 2-3 hits. So he pinch hits in the inning, gets on instantly. Moniak is batting for Tovar, who unfortunately for us, our boy Zeke is not performing the way that we thought he was going to do on this show.
I thought he'd bounce back when we talked last, and it has not gone his way.
And it's first and second in the 8th inning with, I think, 1 out at this point. Or no, it's 2 outs. It's 2 outs, okay? And Willie Castro hits a single into the corner, and that's when Edward Julian gets thrown out at home. They have the stop sign up, okay? So the problem was, you look at what happens next, and the next play, right after Edward Julian gets thrown up because the go sign was on, a hit that was better by Tyler Freeman. The go sign, the stop sign's on this time with 2 outs. Josh, when there is 1 out, you're supposed to have the stop sign on.
Yes.
When there's 2 outs, you're supposed to be waving the arm.
I learned that in 5th grade.
And Cedon Rafael has got one of the best arms in Major League Baseball in center field. Literally has the second best defensive season in Major League Baseball behind Pete Crow Armstrong right now. It's not Brenton Doyle because Brenton Doyle's not who he used to be.
You see Julian's face when he slid? He was pissed that
he was
got
so out.
Yeah.
What are we doing? And then the next play, the stop sign's on for Mickey Moniak for no reason. And Willie Castro, who's a former All-Star in Major League Baseball, is like, wait, what?
Clearly, you're going to be sent, so I'm going to round second with some speed to put ourselves in position to have runners on the corners and still have 2 outs. And then you had to be thrown or sent back and simply tagged out at second base. It was literally elementary school bad news bears. The only thing missing from that sequence you just described was Yakety Sax playing in the background. That's it.
And for me,
next time we talk about it, can you play it, please?
At least with the Yakety Sax and like that moment, it's like, all right, things happen. You're in the speed of the game. It was the wrong decision. For me, the worst decision in the game is Feltner's getting absolutely lit up in the 6th inning after he's had a good start, and he's walking guys. The balls are there again. He's had some control issues in his career. That's the reason why he hasn't been as good as we had hoped, because the stuff is fantastic. And you've got 2 runs across the plate. You've got multiple guys on base, and Makatashi Yoshida, who's a left-handed hitter, coming up to the plate, and you got a lefty warming up in the bullpen, and you purposely had your bullpen coach come out before the Durbin at bat, and he's slowing up the game so the guy can get warmed up. And you don't go to the lefty in the bullpen. I know that Feltner ended up getting Yoshida out on a sharp line drive to the right side.
Even the broadcast was like, well, he's not coming out. They acknowledged that it wasn't happening, or wondered why it wasn't happening.
Josh, when I tell you, no one's more upset on June 22nd of baseball about the 2 worst teams in Major League Baseball. I wanted to fire I was yelling from the stand, Shafe! Get him out of there, Shafe!
You text me.
Yeah, I text you. I don't know where to vent. I'm like, what are we doing? So I'm at this point when the Rockies are in the top half of the 8th. I'm like, this team is just trying to lose.
Steaming through the years.
Like, what are we doing?
Well, then they get out in the terrible base running, Yakety Sax, 5-year-old baseball rules being broke. Then you go to the 9th inning. And just a couple nights ago, we talked about it the other day, right? Because he had the inside the park home run on Paul Skeens on a Saturday night. Well, one of the 2 runs that they scored that night to beat Paul Skeens. Jake McCarthy at the plate. We got ourselves a walk-off victory for the boys.
Jake down the right field. This is going to tie it up. The trail runners carry. He's going to score out of right and left. The Rockies win it. 8 straight hits between the 8th and the 9th, and the Rockies walk off the Bo Sox.
So it's a great moment. MLB.TV on the call there with Drew Goodman and the boys. Was it Jarren Duran? Is that who was out in left field for the Red Sox that just, one, late to the ball. It goes right up the third baseline. Good piece of hitting from Jake. But then he lost the ball, 2-3 different times? McCarthy
Actually,
ended up on
he's still
third.
out there trying to pick up the ball.
It rolled all the way to the back of the fence, and he dropped it one more time before he sent it in.
So, one, starting that inning, just shout out to Cole Carrig. Because Cole Carrig lays down one of the best bunts I've seen in a long time, the youngster for the Rockies.
He's been
speedster.
real good, too.
He's been fantastic, and that's what you want to do. You want to build up the middle. He's a guy who's caught short and center field in his minor league career. He's been playing center field for the Rockies. He's been fantastic so far. Lays down a perfect bunt. Chapman's going for a career saves record last night. The Red Sox hadn't lost a game in which they were winning by 2 runs in literally 350 games. And they hadn't lost a game when they were it was just working again, because Chapman's one of the best closers in the history of baseball. And then for me, Josh, no one's seen more baseball in this building, maybe combined, than me.
You're right.
Mace is
You're
up
right.
there, but
You're right.
I was trying to explain I took a little cousin to the game yesterday, and he was going to his 13th Rockies game. Rockies were 0-12 in those games.
Oh, wow.
Okay?
Did you guys stay for the whole game?
We stayed for the whole
Okay.
game. I would never leave. But he was like, I really want a Rockies win, blah, blah, blah. And, he was losing his mind in the McCarthy hit, and I'm just telling him, I'm like, man, I have literally been to probably 700, 800, maybe 900 Major League Baseball games in my life. I have never seen a walk-off triple. Because you need so many weird things to you need the bases loaded. You need to be down a certain amount of runs. You need a really fast, you need a lot of things to happen for a walk-off triple. Last one when trailing by 2 runs, Grady Sizemore in 2006. Last one before that in 1987.
Holy hell.
Walk-off triples just don't happen.
Damn, so this is 25 years that this goes down like that.
Yeah.
Well, Jake McCarthy, the hero last night. It was just such a Rockies game. You and I are texting about us being both frustrated, and then they find a way to win the baseball game with Jake McCarthy.
Giannis trade is going down, and me and you are texting about Edward Julian.
Yeah. Oh, what a night last night for the Rockies. But you know what? They're now 9-10 in the month of June with a chance to get to 500 tonight.
No, but I was just sitting there at the game, and I'm like, this poor kid, how is he supposed to like baseball?
Right.
This is his 13th Rockies game. He's never seen them won. He's 10 years old. He plays baseball. He loves baseball. He's turning into a Cubs fan, and I can't blame him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I just wanted to get in here and be like, the Rockies, man. They're so pathetic. And you know what? Somehow the Red Sox are just as much of a mess. The worst team in the American League is just as bad as the worst team in the National League. So shout out Spider-Man meme. That's what we watched on the baseball field last night.
It was unbelievable. Rocky's gonna Rocky, but they found a way to win, so we're fired up for that. All right, hour 1 done. Let's get into quarter 2, going back to a Nuggets conversation. They'll be on the clock tonight with pick number 26, we think. So what are they going to do? And what are their biggest needs this offseason? Let's kick that around next.
The Rockies record may not show it yet, but the foundation is being built. Are we starting to see the right people finally in place to create a winning culture in Colorado?
They're going to play hard. They've got some emotion. You can tell, man, they got the right people. We always talk about character and how character matters and having the right people. You can tell that team enjoys being around each other, right? They're building something there that's exciting. I still know that they're not as talented as you need. They don't pitch as well as you have to and all that kind of stuff. I will say this, man, they're going to show up every night and they're going to play their butts off.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Deck Builders builds more decks than anyone in Colorado. As their owner, Ron Gibbous, explains, it's because they work together so well with their customers.
There's going to be a project manager that contacts the customer 1 to 3 weeks before the deck. Once the crew gets there, there's a crew lead. Every morning when they get there, they explain to the customer, this is what we're doing today. Do you have any questions? Do you have any concerns? We really bend over backwards.
Start planning your ultimate outdoor living space with Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
Rob Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com, 720-706-5151.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-568-2790, 800-568-2790, or biglou.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Summer should be a time of joy for children, but Wish kids often miss out due to their illness, creating a dark chapter during a time that should be filled with sunshine and memories. A wish from Make-A-Wish Colorado can change everything for these children, giving them the strength and hope they need to persevere in their fight against critical illness. My name is Carrie Fletcher. I'm part of the Alpine Bank family, member FDIC. Today, Alpine Bank hopes you'll decide to make a life-changing impact in the life of Colorado Wish kids by supporting Make-A-Wish Colorado. There are currently more than 450 Colorado kids with critical illnesses who are waiting for a life-changing wish, and 110 more kids will be diagnosed this summer. You can help make their wishes come true. Visit wish.org/Colorado to help Make-A-Wish Colorado grant some memorable wishes this summer.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Second round will go down tomorrow night. The Nuggets are on the clock at pick number 26. We talked about a few of the names that we like earlier in the show, which will reset as the show goes on, and certainly tell you by the end of it what we think they're going to do, maybe what we like them to do, and see how different those two cases are. But Jake, before we dive back into draft conversation, let's just kind of go general off-season conversation. You said it earlier, and I agree 100% with you. Backup ball handler is something that they need and have needed for quite a while. So I'll list some of these things, and we can go through them one by one. Backup ball handler. You need a backup big. You had that in Jonas, and David used them the wrong way, so that was one of the things you and I have talked about in the past. Like, now what do future free agents see that role as? Do you need a straight-up AG replacement? Do you need more shooters, or do you just re-sign a Tim Hardaway Jr. and hope he's good for 200 more next year? What are the biggest needs, in your opinion, for these Denver Nuggets?
I'd go more broadly on ball handling, not just necessarily a backup point guard, but ball handling in general. Backup center seems to be an issue every single offseason. I think point of attack defense is something you left off on your list, which
that's
has
a good one. That's a good
just
one. Yeah.
brutal for the Nuggets since getting rid of KCP, a team that literally never lost to Steph Curry and the Warriors while KCP was here. And guess what? Steph Curry and the Warriors look like they're going to have a big offseason. Steph Curry's still really awesome, and Damian Lillard's back on a Portland team that's really good. Small ball handlers are back in the NBA in a big way, especially with the 9 point guards expected to go in the first round of the draft. Like half of them are under 6'4". And Jalen Brunson just won a championship being a small point guard. So small point guards are going to be back in a big way. And the Nuggets have literally nobody to keep up quickness-wise with one of those guys. So, I look at Miami after the Giannis trade, and a lot of people are like, oh, they have no depth. They have no, good starting five around him. Literally, I would kill for the Nuggets to have Davion Mitchell, their starting point guard, just a guy who's solid with the ball, doesn't turn it over, gets a lot of stops defensively. So that's somebody I would look at, not him specifically, but like a player in that type of build. You said ball, backup center. Specifically, I need some rebounding back. And they have lacked that edge rebounding-wise, basically not even since trading Michael Porter, but since Michael Porter Jr. became one-armed against Oklahoma City and LA. And that's one of the biggest things that they had early on in the Jokic era is they were always a good rebounding team, and that's what didn't pay off in 24 against the Wolves is they got outglassed by the Wolves because of the size advantage they had. And then this year in the playoffs, when they had the size advantage against the Wolves, they got outglassed again. So that's what was frustrating to me, because I think I look at basketball through a pretty old school prism, but I look at it first through defense and rebounding and then what else you can do. Because as much as people want to look at the NFL as a possession game, who turns over the ball the most, who gets extra possessions, basketball in a lot of ways at the NBA level when the shooting is so good is a lot like that. And I think extra possessions you can get, whether it be from turnovers and stops, like having a point of attack defender or a great rebounder, are so important. And those are two things the Nuggets have degraded in greatly since winning the 23 championship.
See, it's almost too with, all right, they're at 26 tonight. If you stay at 26, you move from 26, whatever the case may be, it feels like you can actually address one of those things with this pick. Ball handling or a rebounder. The names we were talking about earlier, I with some of the names that are going to be available in there in the Nuggets window, I think it's more likely to get, I mean, you said it, all the point guards that are going to get taken away, swiped up early. You can get hey, this guy's going to help us with rebounding in year number 1 in tonight's draft, but you can't get that ball handler.
I disagree with that. I really think that ball handling is going to be available to them at 26
because the draft's so deep?
There are so many point guards in this draft that one of them probably is going to fall right around your territory, whereas playable bigs in this draft, like the list is like 4 guys.
Even just rebounding?
I mean, what are you going to do? Put a guy out there to rebound and do nothing else? I don't think there's a tenacious enough rebounder like a Mitchell Robinson that can justify the fact that they can't do anything else on the court. And generally, and you know this from playing hoops more than anyone in this office, basically, you need that old man strength to rebound. and a 19-year-old isn't going to have it. So I don't think that rebounding is really something that they're going to be able to target. I look at that maybe as something more on the open market, especially with the degradation of the free agent market for centers. Just unless you have Jokic, Wemby, or Bam, Cat, one of these guys, you're not paying a center more than $20 million, and if you do, you probably shouldn't have. So that means the guys in that middle class of centers are guys that are now making $10 million, which means playable centers that are backups are going for 5 or less. So I think if you're able to use your mid-level exception, which you're probably not going to be able to because you're so far into the second apron, you could get a center there, or you could use a minimum contract on a guy who might be able to play center. I think that's a smarter use of trying to target that position. For me, the rare things in basketball are ball handling of guys that can play young into their career. How many rookie point guards actually play and make a difference in the playoffs? The answer is like literally Dylan Harper over the last 20 years of basketball. So that's going to be the tough part, is like that would solve the need, but I don't know that it's going to be something that actually plays come April and May. The thing I look at the Knicks, and this is one of the reasons why Morris Johnson and Yaxel Lenenberg are so high on my board, is the last couple years of champions, Oklahoma City, New York, Boston, all 3 of them, they had this one thing in common. They literally could not grab enough wings. They had so many wings, wing after wing after wing, and all the depth there. And the Nuggets actually are pretty solid at the wing position with Cam Johnson, Aaron Gordon, Christian Brown, Peyton Watson, if they bring those guys back. If they add another wing into that mix and keep those guys, that's really helpful, which is why I really like the idea of Morris Johnson.
Go get the Michigan kid. So you would go backup ball handlers is your number one need.
I would go, if one of those wings fell to you, it's my number one wing. But again, I'll preface this with, the most talented guy available to you tonight in the draft most likely will be a ball handler.
Okay. All right. And look, point of attack defender, I should have had that up on my list way sooner. So ball handler, point of attack defender, and a bigger body to help with rebounds. Can they address all 3 of those things in the next 48 hours? I guess we're fixing to find out, but I would lean towards no as well.
No.
Without major roster shakeup. All right, we'll continue that Nuggets conversation a little bit later on in the program. I want to talk about the guys that are going out. You just mentioned his name in Cam Johnson. How about Aaron Gordon? Are we going to see, or have we seen, the last of some of our favorite Nuggets already? Who's on the block, and what could they get in return? That's next.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
DenverSports 104.3 The Fan's 3rd annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child, ages 8 to 14, will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South. And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at denversports.com/camp. That's denversports.com/camp.
What's up, fellas? Josh over here. I want to talk to you about something personal. You might say it's private, but we're in the trust tree, the tribe trust tree, so we can talk about our sex lives, right? We're adults. You should be able to do that. If ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to the sex and intimacy and love that brought you and your partner closer together. Because I'm telling you, if you're not having sex, you probably won't have a partner for much longer either. Sex matters in your relationship. And over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinics, they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. You need any more information than that? Set up your first appointment today. First appointment's only $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. They're going to draw your blood and tell you what your T and PSA levels are. If medically advised, they're going to suggest that you take a test dose right there in the office. If that test dose doesn't work, your office visit is free. This isn't a money grab from Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're here to help men in the front range. And I told you earlier, their success rates are well over 90%. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. You know what that means? You set up an appointment today for Wednesday, and guess what you're doing on Thursday? Call them today at 720-440-7900 or visit them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Progressive knows you've got plenty of things to worry about.
What time does the kids' practice end? How long has that check engine light been on? Are takeout containers microwave safe?
So the last thing you should have to worry about is what to do if something unexpected happens on the road. That's why if you're ever in a major accident, Progressive's accident response can detect it and send help. It's just one less thing to worry about.
How long does chicken last in the fridge?
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
Meet Lee Platz,
A renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
After a devastating car crash, a lot of people think they can't afford a lawyer. They're already stressed, hurting, or maybe out of work. And the last thing they need is a big retainer fee to get help. But here's the truth. At Berg Simpson Law Firm, you only pay us if we win your case. That means there's no down payment and no upfront costs to get the help you need right now. Give Berg Simpson a call, and we'll be with you every step of the way.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
All right, Broncos country, listen up. Philip Lindsay here. And for stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation for your airport transfers and more. They're dependable, they're professional, so you can focus on your vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Give them a call today at 303-577-7600, or you can visit them online at ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, that's ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here, and there's no better time to get your yard looking good, and there's no better way to do it than with Rich Lawn. With the organic-based fertilizer, Rich Lawn Turf Food, you'll get greener grass and build your soil for a beautiful yard. And while you're at it, don't forget to check out Revive to revitalize your lawn for deeper roots and deeper watering. Get Rich Lawn and Revive products at your Home Depot or your local gardening center. With Rich Lawn and Revive products, you'll have your yard ready in no time.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we do have some World Cup action going on.
Another goal.
Got another one.
Not Ronaldo.
Ronaldo got the first one, then just takes the free kick, doesn't score, but teammate picks up the rebound, puts it in the back of the net. Now a 2-0 lead early. And we're not even 17 minutes into this match and already up 2-0.
Sad Uzbekistan noises for us Uzbekistanders out there.
All of those Uzbekistanzers.
Do you know where Uzbekistan is?
I know, but Alex looks confused. Let him know.
Alex, can you name the continent?
I don't think, actually, genuinely, I don't think I can.
I don't know either. No chance.
Wow.
What is it?
You guys don't want to make a guess, like what continent it's in?
Africa.
Well, I mean, it's not in Africa.
Then where is it, Alex? It's not in Africa. Where is it? No, don't Google. I see. Okay. It's in Asia.
Okay.
It's
should have been a guess.
It's near it's near Mongolia. It's near where our friend Borat used to live.
All right.
Kazakhstan. All the stands, because in their language, stan stands for land of. So land of the Uzbeks, land of the Kazakhs.
Wow.
Yeah, there you go.
You know what? Cecil would have never told me that.
Well,
never.
You know what? Cecil didn't get a history degree from the best institution west of the Mississippi, the University of Colorado Boulder, baby.
That's
Sorry,
CU education right there.
Yeah, there you go, baby.
That's right. Big moments here. And Ronaldo doing what Ronaldo's doing yesterday, and then, Messi, and then Ronaldo doing it today. But you just told me that was his first goal of the World Cup.
First goal of the World Cup. All the haters were coming after him because Erling Haaland, Kylian Mbappe, Lionel Messi, everyone has been scoring goal after goal except for Ronaldo. And I got to tell you, as a Ronaldo hate watcher, it's been gorgeous to watch. But this Portugal team is undeniable at a certain point. And even though they were just passing to Ronaldo over and over, hoping he would finally score, he finally did. So they're a team to watch out. There's a chance they run into the U.S. men's national team here, but I'm very excited to watch on Thursday and hopeful nobody plays in that game for the U.S. men's national team because a couple guys are on yellow cards and there's some injury concerns as they head to the round of 32. No one will get behind a U.S. men's national team World Cup run like me, man. I'm all in. I'm trying to figure out I covered soccer for 3 years for the Denver Post. I still don't know what offsides is. I'm still trying to figure it out.
There's some referees who have been watching the World Cup that also don't know what it is.
Exactly.
And they're at that level,
well,
so you don't have to know.
It's the same way I don't know what goalie interference is in the NHL. Like, I know, but I don't know. Yeah. Pass interference in the NFL, what is it?
It's per two different sets of eyes will have two different complete rules on what each of those are. So we're watching it here in the studio. Anything crazy goes down or more scoring, we'll certainly let you know what it looks like. Jake, for tonight's draft, I want to ask, what kind of tells will we get tonight with what they do or don't do? Will we know tomorrow morning? You're sitting in tomorrow again for Cecil. We'll have this conversation with the real information. But by 10 p.m. tonight, will we know one way or the other what Josh Kroenke's trying to do this offseason?
I think we'll have a pretty good idea, yes. Because the easiest thing that they can trade that has the most value, not their most valuable thing, because that's Nikola Jokic, but the easiest thing they can trade that has the most value is this year's first-round pick at 26, because the Nuggets do not have another first-round pick they can trade. Now, they could trade some swaps, which have become increasingly valuable because of the new lottery rules, but this is their most valuable draft pick they have in their entire cupboard, and it's happening tonight. Will they actually select it is the question, or will they staple it to a contract to try and move off a guy, or will they staple it to a player to try and move up in the draft? Now, to me, if they're moving up in the draft, and let's say they even move up to just 20, let's say they move up 6 picks, and unlike with Deron Holmes when they moved up 4 picks and it was second-rounders, they don't have anything but 2 second-rounders to move up, so they won't be able to move up really without using, their own first-round pick this year and probably, let's say, Cam Johnson. If they do that and they pick at 19, I'd expect that player to have to be a rotation player next year. And they're going cost-cutting in the sense that a rookie is a valuable player in their rotation. Now, you could argue with the thought of that, but that would be their idea of saving costs.
He's valuable for sure to save costs, and you get to fill a roster spot on a rookie scale.
With a guy, but by the way, they need to get younger, so it would make sense on a lot of levels. Now, to me, a more frustrating version of this is if they're trading Zeke Naji and their first-round pick to move down 5 slots like Julius Randle the other day, yesterday, which, by the way, they shouldn't need to because Julius Randle's making $50 million and Zeke Naji's making $7 million. So to move down a couple spots with Zeke Naji, like maybe 2, you know what I mean? And I don't know if a team is perfect on that. They're going to just be willing to take Zeke Naji's contract. But let's say they staple Zeke and they move down from 26 to 35. To me, that is a telltale sign that they're going to cut costs without regard for roster talent. And to me, that would be a very negative sign. So while in a vacuum of that singular move, trading up might actually be more hurtful for them than trading down and losing a contract, the telltale sign of what it means for the rest of their offseason, to me, is a red flag. The third option here is they just select at 26. And that is a sign to me that they're going to be standing pat and they're actually going to be a little bit more expensive than the projections are this year, and maybe they'll just trade Cam or something. I hope they do that because, like I said, they need to get younger, and I don't think that getting rid of this pick for the sake of getting rid of this pick to save money is the right thing to do. There is an argument to be made that they should trade down a couple picks because the first-round pick will be cheaper, or they should trade up a couple picks because the first-round pick will be more guaranteed. Where they're sitting is kind of in no man's land. But again, if Phylon from Alabama falls to you, you're going to be pretty happy with it.
You know how badly I've wanted Zeke off this roster. But that move that you just described, I think it was your second scenario, is perception-wise, we come in here tomorrow and go, oh, they're punting. We know what it looks like. We know that the roster matters. The finances on the roster matters. I actually look at this, and the Swain kid is where I'm kind of stuck at if you're staying at number 26, because that's a guy where I could come in here tomorrow and say, hey, you picked the Swain kid out of Texas, 6'7" guard that can dribble, can score on his own, needs to work on shooting, and that'll all come at the NBA level. But you picked a player, stayed in your spot, you can control the salary for 3 or 4 years, and he can make an impact as soon as this October.
Well, let's say Swain, Carr, Phylon, or the kid from Stanford are on the board, or Corey. And I mean, neither of us are big Corey fans, but I don't think we'd be super disappointed if he was drafted.
I'm just worried about size.
Yeah. If one of those guys are on the board and you trade out of it to get into the early second round with Zeke, I'm going to be pissed. And even if that ends up with you drafting Zuby Ejiofor at 33, who I love.
Yeah, you wrote about him a couple months ago at this point.
I love that move, but again, you're trading a guy in Zeke Naji who's probably better today than Zuby Ejiofor is. Like, that's the thing is Zeke Naji is like, it's not even that his average annual value on the contract's that bad. $8 million for a player on the bench is not that bad in the NBA. It's how long the contract is and how he is completely unused by the situation he is in. So that's what's really hamstrung the Nuggets. And now you're getting towards the end of the contract, so it doesn't even make sense to staple an asset.
You've already eaten it.
Right. But when you're in the situation where you're committed $200 million to your roster, and that means you're going to pay a $200 million tax bill, Zeke Naji's $7 million on paper ends up being like a $25 million contract. And obviously Zeke Naji's not worth that. So I've been crushing Stan and Josh Kroenke for weeks. I even understand not wanting to pay Zeke Naji $25 million in the aggregate.
We will learn a lot by 10 p.m. tonight what route the Kroenkes want to go with this roster. And man, we hope we're not upset tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. when we start this show. All right, we're going to get back to the Nuggets coming up around noon. I want to get to a Broncos conversation. What's going to help the Broncos more in 2026? Bo Nix takes another step, or the defense is a top 3 team in takeaways? We'll hear from Sean Payton and answer that question next.
Get your game on, go play.
Does Denver's 2 MVP superstars need to win at least one more championship each in order to cement their legacies as all-time greats in their sport?
But if you are talking about legacies and you're talking about all-time greatness and you're talking about the idea of your players or your teams being remembered 20, 30, 40 years from now, and you really do care about legacy, then yes, Jokic has to win another championship. McKinnon has to win another Stanley Cup.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
The hot weather is here. Stoke here from my team. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new air conditioner? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinion. There are amazing financing options and incredible rebates too, only from the best. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair, ROX.
Rocks, heating and air.
They'll tell you marketing is complicated, that you need a dozen platforms, 100 dashboards, and a prayer. Forget that. Your customers are right here, listening to this station. Heck, you are right now. Tonight, they're streaming Denver's biggest games. Tomorrow, they're locked into the most talked about podcasts on the planet. We put you in all of it. Radio, streaming, TV, audio, one team, clear data, real results. We've been growing businesses like yours for years. Visit DenverSports.com and click the Advertise with Us button. That's DenverSports.com. Let's get to work.
Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but I'm not sure what to do. It's something we hear a lot at 303 Law 4040 from people. They've been hurt. They just don't know what to do next. Should they talk to the insurance company? Who's going to pay their medical bills? What if they have to miss work? They don't want to call a lawyer, and they certainly don't want to sue anyone, but they just don't know what to do. Here, take one of our small town clients. He was seriously hurt on his neighbor's property. Tough as nails, salt of the earth guy, and all he was looking to do was the right thing. He said, Dan, I have to live in this town, and I want to be able to hold my head up high when I walk down the street. So if you're talking about suing my neighbor, I'm not interested. I explained that we probably wouldn't have to sue anybody, and we certainly weren't going to hurt his neighbor. In the end, we got him $1.5 million, and he could still hold his head up high in that small town. If you've been hurt, you don't have to feel guilty for calling 303 Law 4040. We are here to help and fight for what's fair. We don't farm you out to a call center. In fact, we give all of our clients our cell phone numbers. We hope you never need us, but save that number in your phone just in case. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Hey, it's Philip Lindsay here. Do you need a new roof, gutters, or exterior needs? Monarch is your one-stop shop, backed by 16 years of experience and over 10,000 satisfied customers. Their in-house insurance team fights for you, and their white glove service means every detail is handled with care. Competitive pricing, award-winning craftsmanship, and the only roofer the Denver Broncos chose to endorse. A proud member of Team Dave Logan, make the call to your home team, Monarch Construction and Roofing, the official roofer of the Denver Broncos.
Need better rest? Let mattress firm Sleep Experts match you with the perfect bed at the July 4th sale. They make sleep easy.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is bunt. B-U-N-T. Text bunt to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's bunt to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we're going to talk a little Broncos. We're going to hear a couple things that Sean Payton had to say last week that kind of sparked the conversation I want to have on the show today with Jake Shapiro. First, another reminder about what's happening this Saturday, June 27th at All City Stadium, a part of Denver South High School. You got to be a part of our third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp. It's presented by Walmart. If you have kids between the ages of 8 and 14 that just want to learn a little bit about the game, maybe refine their skills before their season starts so they show up ready to roll, come get some hands-on coaching from former Bronco players like Stink, Stoke, Phil. They're all going to be there, as well as a staff of coaches from Denver South. All proceeds are going to benefit Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Colorado. So to get signed up or find out more information about what's going to happen this Saturday at our camp, you want to go to DenverSports.com/camp. DenverSports.com/camp. All right, Jake, the question I asked coming into this segment is, what helps the Broncos more? Bo Nix takes this true next step, and there's really no debate about who he is or where he belongs in the pecking order of quarterbacks, or the Denver Broncos do something they couldn't do a year ago, and that's take the ball away from their opponent. They had 14 takeaways a year ago. That's on the bottom half of the NFL. The Chicago Bears were the top of the NFL at 33, so there's clearly a gap there between the two. We always, we make the joke, but it's reality that if Talanoa Hufanga could catch a football, they might be at 20 because it feels like he had about 6 opportunities to come up with an interception. So, Jake, in your mind, and then I want to answer, what helps more, Bo evolving to a true top-tier quarterback or VJ's defense doing something they've struggled to do, take the damn ball away?
How about VJ's defense just closing out in the second half of the year? because VJ's defense the first 8 games has looked a lot different than VJ's defense the
Yeah.
last.
They've hit a
9
December
games.
wall
Yeah.
every year.
Yeah, I guess more the last 4 or 5 rather than the 9, but you get my point. Turnovers are nice. I feel like in a way the Broncos are due just because it's been so many years now where they've had a good defense, but they haven't been able to turn over the ball, especially with the amount of pressure they cause on the quarterback. It's kind of remarkable they don't get more turnovers just because that creates chaos, whether it's, guys throwing short, throwing long, not finishing their routes, the receivers on time because of that, or strip sacks. So to a certain regard, I think that we're due for more turnover luck in Denver, even if the defense takes a little bit of a step back, which I wouldn't be surprised by because I think, at least now that we're sitting here in June, I feel like I've turned into the biggest John Franklin Myers fan because I've been just sitting here and go, that's a big piece they lost. And no one...
Dude, I was saying it all last season. I'm like, why don't they talk to him? Why don't they just have a conversation with the guy and see if he's willing to take a lower offer?
Don't they have like $25 million in cap space right now? Why is he not on the team?
And dude, 7.5 sacks is what he had a year ago. How do you make up for all of that in 1 year with multiple bodies?
And by the way, and obviously there's a lot of stuff going on with Jonathan Cooper right now, but you might be down Cooper, who had, I think, 11.5 sacks last year, and John Franklin Myers, who had 7.5. And I know they're not the exact same position, but both on the line. So you're going to be, and again, you lapped the field in sacks, but you're going to be potentially down 18 sacks when you take the field next year. I know Benito is good, and Benito didn't have a good second half, so maybe he has a couple more, and maybe Razawik, I can't pronounce his name, man. You got it.
Razawik.
Yes. I can do Uzbekistan, but not that. You got me on one. I got you on one. But like, there is some room for positive improvements there. But I'm sitting here still going, they could have had Cam Jordan. They could still have Von Miller, and I think it would be a valuable add to the roster. And again, enough with the hooey about the practice squad. Enough. Or the special teams and the practice. I don't care. I want the defense to be good. That's the identity of the football team. You can figure the rest out later. So, I mean, think about it. You literally had, what's his name, the old tight end last year playing the blocking tight end who was in Green Bay for Mercedes Lewis.
Yeah.
Come on, man. You found him off the street. He's playing special teams. At the end. Come on. You can figure out the special teams. Can't tell me you can't figure out the special teams. So, I just am in this situation where I do think the Broncos are due for some positive regression in terms of turnovers with the amount of chaos they create, but I do think they need to pick up another guy, especially if this Cooper thing goes sideways, and it's looking like it might, that help them create that chaos. But yeah, it would be nice if Surtain turns into an interception ball hawk. I don't know if it's going to happen. It would be nice if Barron looks like the guy he did in college. It'd be nice if Brandon Jones stayed healthy. There's a lot of things that could happen.
Riley Moss gets picked on a lot. Make him pay for picking on you.
Yeah, we'll see.
Riley Moss is in an interesting spot where you got to make people pay for picking on you, or he's playing his last season with the Broncos.
That's a tough spot to be in. Is there... Obviously, Bo's ankle might be the single most interesting and pressure-filled thing of the offseason right now. And I wanted to feel so good about it after his little mini-camp speech, and he sounded so good at the podium. Dude.
You don't feel good about it?
I'm telling you, I felt so good. He sounded good. He sounded confident. I wanted to believe. I felt like I'd put it to bed. I even wrote a story on DenverSports.com. Next day I wake up. I'm looking at him in stretching, and I'm going, and my first thought was to look at the ankle. I go, dang, man, I thought I was over this. I really thought I was over this.
Your own self.
Right, I wanted to believe it. I tried to talk myself into it, but I couldn't believe it. So, but honestly, besides Bo's ankle, the number one pressure-filled thing of this offseason might literally be Riley Moss. Just what's going on with Riley Moss going into next year. Is he going to get supplanted by Jahdae Barron? So going back to your point, it'd be great if Bo turns into a top 5 quarterback. I think that obviously has positive impacts for the Broncos. I don't personally see him turning into a top 5 quarterback. I think he's just going to stay a really solid quarterback, really good quarterback. I think there is room for the defense to turn into a turnover machine.
And look, they absolutely need it. It's something that last week Sean Payton was talking about, how much they're putting an emphasis on getting turnovers this coming season.
Quite a bit. And then you got to be smart as you practice with each other. But that's something, as strong as we were in the sack, no sack, offense and defensive statistics, that's an area where we feel like there's progress to be made.
So, yeah, they have to make progress. And I will say that's important. I can't give you pushback of no, you're wrong. But I actually am going to lean the other way of Bo taking that next step, and I think history helps me. Because you can go in the history of the NFL, and we do it all the time when you're having these conversations like, dude, you remember the 85 Bears and that defense? You remember the 2000 Ravens and that defense? And now we throw them in, and I think they should be more respected nationally. But you go, the 2015 Broncos, the defense, Payton was old and washed, and look at what they did. All right, yeah, you could give me a handful of examples of a defense carrying a team to a championship. That old defense win championships thing, that's like, all right, yeah, that's probably true in 1966. It's 2026. You have to score points. You know what NFL teams do to get to the Super Bowl? They have a quarterback that can carry their team and score points. So Bo taking the next step is what helps the Broncos become a bigger Super Bowl contender, another year of a legitimate Super Bowl contender. I'm not saying the defense can just fall off the wayside and have less than 14 takeaways, but the question is I got to pick one. I'm picking Bo.
When's Bo contract extension eligible? It's like
After
February.
This year, yeah.
I'm going to make the argument that it's best for the Broncos long term if Bo is not elite this year.
Because then they got to pay the piper.
And they might have to either way. But if you can justify paying Bo more like, I don't know, Jordan Love than Patrick Mahomes, that's probably better for you long term. Because honestly, and I know everyone in Broncos country is going to hate this, be honest with yourself. Is Bo Nix more like Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, or is he more like Josh Allen and, that kind of not Josh Allen, Jordan Love and that second tier of quarterback?
I mean, I don't think he's ever going to be looked at in the same world of Patrick Mahomes, but I still think he can be, if we're talking about top-tier quarterbacks, and Patrick and Josh and Matthew Stafford for now are up there.
Okay, well, Mahomes is the only quarterback in the NFL who's won a Super Bowl on, like, one of these giant contracts. So if he's not Mahomes, you can't give him the contract. So it's better for the Broncos long-term if he's just pretty good this year and you pay him like a second-tier quarterback.
I also think that Bo, it will be a favor for the team, but I would say don't ever do this. I think they'll, especially if Sean's still around when they're negotiating his second contract, Sean's going to use that of like, well, if you take this, I can go spend it on this, this, and this. And they'll talk Bo into taking a lesser deal, which is a bad move on Bo's part, but they'll do that.
Good luck getting that through the agent and the Players Association.
Good point. Good point. I guess there's fail-safes for that.
There's
right?
a lot of people that you don't think the NBA PA is pretty upset about the Jalen Brunson stuff now. At the time they were upset. Now they're like, there's a pressure on every single NBA player to take less money because everyone knows it helped the Knicks build a championship. Now I'm sitting here, Josh, a week before Nikola Jokic extension eligible, going, it would be good if Jokic took less money because that's the path that Jalen Brunson just laid out. This is the can of worms you open up for your union when you take less money.
And you're right. If I were an agent or even a player, don't even say the word team-friendly deal to me because that's not real life.
And you know what? Maybe there is a scenario where the Broncos give them somewhat team-friendly and just say, well, we'll take care of you, don't worry about it. Because they did that with Pat Surtain. They said, we'll take care of you, don't worry about it. And they did at the time, and guess what? The market changed. So they said, you know what? You're one of the two most important players on this team. We don't ever want you to feel like you're not. Mm-hmm. Here's some money.
They gave him $5 million.
They literally gave him money for no reason other than you're really important and we don't want you to be upset.
And they plan on doing it again this time next year as well. Another $5 million check for Pat.
I really want to go into our boss's office and go, you know what? I'm not one of the highest paid employees here, but I wouldn't want to be upset someday.
Yeah.
Can I get like $5K?
Right. Can I get $50? I mean, come on. I'll take anything at this point.
I'll take Panera.
Yeah. Can we get Taco Bell? We'll go to Taco Bell if we go. All right. Let's check our X. What's on our Twitter timeline that we want to share with the tribe? One of our favorite segments. We'll tell you what's on my timeline. Jake will tell you what's on his. Coming up next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drive's Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Last up, Arvada. June 26th from 2 to 6 at Arvada Beer Garden.
That was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter-churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home and auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
The hot weather is here. Stoke here from my team. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new air conditioner? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinions. There are amazing financing options and incredible rebates too, only from the best. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Buy gold and put some silver in your pocket. I know what you're thinking. Everything's expensive right now. How am I going to buy gold? It's Ron Paul. Nowadays, a lot of things are out of your control, but there is something you can do right now to diversify your retirement, and it doesn't cost you anything out of pocket. My friends at Birch Gold Group will help you convert an IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, a time-tested hedge against inflation. Plus, in honor of America 250, Birch Gold is going to give you a special America 250 1-ounce silver round for every $10,000 you purchase by July 2nd. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898 to get a free info kit from Birch Gold and claim eligibility for this limited time offer. Again, text the word SECURE to 989898 today.
Colorado weather can be tough on your roof. If hail, wind, or storm damage strikes, call Colorado's Best Roofing. Locally owned since 2012, they're a GAF Master Elite contractor with an A-plus BBB rating, serving residential and commercial properties. Schedule your free roof inspection today at roofingcolorado.com.
Hey, Robbie Andino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases and 300 trials. My entire family's military, and I want to carry that legacy over to helping you grunts and officers out. If you've got a divorce going on, or you got a domestic violence, or heck, if you've even been put in handcuffs, give me a ring immediately. I've never lost a DV trial. That leads me to be a beast in a courtroom, in a divorce case, in a custody case. Let's face it, the paper-pushing telephone softies can't compete. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com or give me a ring, 720-706-5151.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, this is Larry Jager with SCL Mortgage, letting you know about our second mortgages for anything you need, including home improvements, paying off debt, and more. Visit us at myspecialmortgage.com or call 303-790-2222, NMLS number 1200716.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan brought to you by Weichert Realtors.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, what's on our Twitter timeline that we want to share with the tribe? I got a couple, Jake's got a couple, and we'll go through a few of these. Now, Cecil mentioned this on the show yesterday, but I don't know if we've dove too deep into it, and I've, of course, got to get your opinion, Jake. Somebody shared this with us over the weekend. Josh S. at 303fan on Twitter. That's a good Twitter handle. It's a tweet about, and boys, if you guys want to jump in on this as well, it's about the Mountain Dew donuts. The Mountain Dew dunkers, if you will. Jake, I don't know if you're into Mountain Dew. I know you're into Baja Blast. Are you into donuts flavored like Mountain Dew that we should dip into Mountain Dew? Yay or nay on this?
Nay.
What? Because of the donuts or because of the Dew?
I'm not a Mountain Dew. It's funny because I'm literally drinking
Baja
flavor
Blast
a Mountain
now.
Dew, but I don't like the original Mountain Dew flavor. Nor am I a big sweets person, like donuts or anything.
Okay.
So just like again, this is the Boulder in me, man.
Oh,
so like,
that's true.
There's
I
a
always
couple
forget
spots
about
here
that.
where it's like the Boulder comes out. This is one of them.
See, I'm not the biggest donut guy either, but if it's a Dew flavored donut, I feel like it is an absolute must. By the way, someone told us this isn't available yet in Colorado. But boys, behind the glass, Alex, Kevin, we're 100% in on the Dew donuts.
1,000%.
It's going down.
I love donuts. I love Mountain Dew. Put them together. Yeah.
It's a home run.
I'm on the opposite spectrum of one Jake here, where I love the original Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
I love donuts. You put them together, and I'm with Kevin here. It's a big yes for me.
Okay, so we're all in on at least trying. I'm not the biggest donut person for breakfast, but if it's Mountain Dew flavored, yeah, I'm going to give it a try.
Well, you have to.
There's no doubt about it.
And we tried the Mountain Dew pie. It was great.
great.
That means the donuts have to be great.
I always have this weird memory of I don't even know how old I was, but back in Indiana and seeing my dad and all of his brothers and his dad, my grandfather, after a night of fishing, we're out fishing all night, and then we wake up in the morning and my grandma's like, we got donuts. And then my Uncle Tony drinking it with beer. I will never get, it's 8 a.m. We were fishing until 3 a.m. and he's having a donut and beer.
Yeah,
5 hours after we went to bed.
That doesn't match. There's some drinks that match the food, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you go to Taco Bell, what are you getting to drink?
Baja Blast.
I get a Mountain Dew like a weirdo, but everyone else gets the Mountain Dew or the Baja Blast. My dad, when he eats Taco Bell, he gets a side of milk.
What?
Yes.
Holy cow, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard.
I tried it.
It
doesn't work for me, but he craves milk. But if you go to McDonald's,
what?
Go to McDonald's, you get a burger, you have to have the Coke.
Get a Coke, yeah.
I mean, there's just certain meals that you have to have with something. Donuts and beer, no.
Doesn't mix. It's like Taco Bell and milk. You can't do it.
Kevin didn't strike me as a wine pairings guy, but here we go.
Little red, the cigar, right?
I mean,
Mix
pasta, you got to have a little wine.
Taco Bell and milk. I got to talk to Mr. Kistner. What is going on?
It's a weird one.
Wow, that is awesome.
Say cheese.
Yes. We got to say cheese. Oh, that's so good. All right. Again, all of us participate in this one. A tweet from Good Morning Football at GMFB. What's harder for the average person? Get one hit in 100 MLB at-bats or get 20 rushing yards in an NFL game? Jake, which one are you doing?
Personally, I would take the at-bats because I don't like to be hit. But I want to be honest, the 20 rushing yards is way easier. It's not even close because a hole could open up for you and you just got to fall forward. Whereas the 100 at-bats, I might be able to do what Cole Carrick did last night if I'm lucky, but I'm definitely not making contact. And I played baseball at a much higher level than I played football. Look, Garrett Bowles is blocking for me. I got a chance if you give me a couple times.
That's right. So the results are a one hit and 100 at-bats at a 55% clip to 20 yards rushing at a 44% clip. That's and you're a smaller guy. If you got behind one of those big bulldozing blockers, you might be able to get 5 yards a carry. Do it 4 times, you're good, check out, and go home.
I played football 1 year. First play, concussion. I'm yeah, I'm done.
Not for you.
Not for me.
You.
Yeah.
I don't think I could do either, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody else can do either, if we're being honest. But I would have to pick 20 rushing yards in a game. I am so bad at baseball. Embarrassingly bad
I've seen you swing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you on the
No, I was watching you do it though.
Okay.
Yeah. When you did the UC Health thing. Yeah.
Well, and then I also it's probably 5 years ago, I played in a media softball league. They're like, hey, we need an extra body, show up. I'm like, all right, cool. in one inning, I dove for and missed 3 balls in the outfield that led to, they're like Jake McCarthy and me, led to inside the park home runs. And then I was like, I'm just not going to show up anymore. It was so embarrassing. I'm bad. I have some decent hand-eye coordination. I am so bad at baseball, it's embarrassing.
So again, very good at baseball, but Major League Baseball is a crazy level. I played in a media flag football league a couple years ago, and there's some guys over at the rival stations that were in it. And I showed up one game only, a special Jake Shapiro appearance because I got invited because they were like out of bodies or whatever. I swear to you, 450 yards receiving, ran down the field, caught 7 passes. I ended up in the bathtub with like a torn hamstring.
Oh,
but I didn't let anyone know. I was like, I literally cannot move, and I was rushing over them and like fast. I was like, just throw me the ball.
Yeah.
Just throw me the ball.
I'll run away from everybody.
Yeah, I got you.
Especially, I've seen some of the media folks here. You're in much better shape than most.
Yeah, I'm literally running circles around people.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Put those cookies down.
Oh, we love Arnold. All right, Jake, what's happening on your timeline?
Well, we've got news, and we've got a fun one. I'm going to start with the fun one. Nikki the Good tweeted yesterday, behind every good man, there's an untouched $5 iced coffee that his wife hasn't touched in 2 days in his refrigerator, which I think is both of our ladies.
Yep, it is. That and Amazon purchases. We have bought more lattes for $5 in Amazon boxes than any human being would ever need.
Yeah, every day I come home and there's a surprise. I'm like, can you just at least order these for like when I'm home so they're not sitting on a porch?
Tell me you ordered
Yeah.
it. Tell me it cost that much. That's a very good one.
Oh, my God.
All right, what's next?
The big one is some Nuggets news, which is Nikola Jokic was just named team captain of Serbia.
Wow.
Earlier this morning at Serbia's practice, they have a friendly later this week. They've got 2 World Cup qualifying games coming early next month. Quote, I wouldn't say it's about avoiding shame, but there is definitely a sense of responsibility on my part. My goal is to help bring Serbia back to where it belongs in basketball, is what Jokic said, obviously translated from Serbian. So that's an interesting piece of news, especially with...
wasn't he captain?
Well, Bogdanovic was.
Oh, and he's older, veteran. I get it. Yeah.
Right, and they had a coaching change after they lost Eurobasket 2025, which was the Lauri Markkanen game where he absolutely just torched Team Finland for Serbia against Serbia. And the Olympics, I wouldn't say were disappointing because they won bronze and they had a chance to beat Team USA with Jokic by himself.
And then they had the coolest moment of medal ceremony of all
Right.
time.
They were so drunk.
Yeah.
But they come up, a couple years later. There's a new coach in charge. I think they're looking for a little sea change. They're 2-2 right now in World Cup qualifying play. They really need to probably go 3-1 over these 4 games with Jokic in this window, if not 4-0, because they'll have 4 more games without Jokic during the NBA season when the European stars get time off. So they kind of need a sea change, and it's on Jokic's shoulders to be that leader going into the World Cup for next year, which is in, I think, Qatar.
Okay. Well, they're going to have a game on Saturday, and I'm fired up to see that. Find out how Nicole is looking throughout the offseason. That's what's on our Twitter timeline as we check X every day at 11:45. Let's get into our lunch hour. We like to call it the third quarter. Will the Nuggets be big players in the draft tonight or just stay put at number 26? If that's the case, who will they pick? Let's talk about that, their options, and what else is going on in the NBA with the giant Giannis trade coming up last night. Coming up next.
The Rockies' record may not show it yet, but the foundation is being built. Are we starting to see the right people finally in place to create a winning culture in Colorado?
They're going to play hard. They've got some emotion. You can tell, man, they got the right people. You know, we always talk about character and how character matters and having the right people. You can tell that team enjoys being around each other, right? Like they're building something there that's exciting. I still know that they're not as talented as you need. And they don't pitch as well as you have to and all that kind of stuff. I will say this, man, they're going to show up every night and they're going to play their butts off.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found Tax Relief Advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
Every day, cyclists across Colorado are seriously injured by careless drivers. I'm Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm, and for nearly 50 years, my firm has been fighting to make those drivers and their insurance companies held fully accountable. We know these cases, we know how to win them, and we won't stop until we get you the maximum compensation you deserve. If you've been injured in a bicycle accident, call the Wilhite Law Firm today, 303-GOOD-LAW, or visit wilhitewins.com.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recyclon Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
Shop Honda keeps car buying simple. One price, one person, 1 hour means no games, no back and forth, and no dealer handling fees ever. Upfront pricing and one dedicated advisor who handles everything from start to finish. It's straightforward, stress-free, and honestly, the way car buying should have always been. At Shop Honda, the experience is just as good as the vehicle you're driving home. Discover the Shop Honda difference for yourself. Visit Shop Honda today, proud partner of the Dover and Cecil Show.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. Getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. Be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Future therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Water is essential to life.
Humans are 60% water.
Water carved the Grand Canyon and it pummels boulders into sand.
But a little water leak in your roof can cause mold and deterioration of your home.
Let Denver Roof Pros stay on top of your roof with our preventative roof service plans to prolong your roof's life and protect your home and the people you love.
Check it out at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
one this evening. Round 2 will be tomorrow. The Nuggets currently sit at number 26. So what's going to be the plan? Will they pick at 26? Will they trade back, go Minnesota style and try to get off of a contract? Although they had more money to move than the Nuggets currently do. Move up and get one of the players that we've highlighted, a few of the names that we've talked about. We can reset. And then, Jake, there are two guards that I really, really like. It just feels like it's so unobtainable for the Denver Nuggets to get there. We talked about Koa Pete, freshman from Arizona, 6'8", 245 pounds. He can defend. He can finish at the rim. He's not a great shooter. You know what I did like about him? He's got decent touch, like around the rim, passing the ball a little bit, vision on the court. I like that. He's 19. He's going to take a while, I think, before he can make a significant impact on a rotation, but there's some talent there. Abuka Akori, easy for me to say. He's that freshman guard from Stanford who can fill it up, had 8 30-point games this year, but he's playing against a different level of competition, and he only stands 6 foot. I love Dalen Swain. I like the junior guard from Texas. He's a solid handler of the ball. He can score on his own. He can isolate and create his own scoring. He can back smaller guards down and finish shooting in the painted area, which I like. He's not a great three-point shooter, but again, something you can teach and hopefully figure out. He can finish at the rim. He's also a facilitator, can kind of pass when he's driving to the rim. So if they're staying at 26, that's my pick. I want them to land Swain from Texas. If they're in the business of moving up, like I said, if they're in the business of getting from 26 to 12 to 16, I like your guy more.
They're not getting that high.
You can't do it?
They're not getting higher.
You attach
than
26 and Cam, and you can't do it.
I don't think they're getting higher. I mean, you're at 17. You're the Oklahoma City Thunder. Are you taking – you need to cut money. Are you taking Cam Johnson?
No, you can't.
20, right.
They have to sign they're trying to sign
Isaiah Hartenstein.
Yeah, Isaiah Hartenstein.
Right. Memphis at 16. Is Memphis taking Cam? They already have a pick earlier in the first round, but do they need Cam Johnson in 26 for 16?
Probably not.
Okay. 15, Chicago Bulls. They already have a pick earlier in the first round, and they moved up into the first round last night with that trade to 28, I think, right?
They need to spend some money, though.
So are you able to get to 15?
A possibility.
Okay. That's the only one, because that's the thing is the Nuggets might be looking to move up, but I mean, you've got, like I said, Oklahoma City at 17 that's up against it. Charlotte's got a lot of big-name, expensive players. Toronto's a really expensive team at 19. San Antonio's an expensive team at 20. Detroit's an expensive team at 21. Philadelphia's an expensive team at 22. Atlanta at 23 is an expensive team. So where are you moving up?
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem is it might sound good in terms of value and play to like throw Cam Johnson and your pick into one of these trades, but you need someone that is actually able to accept some money here. And there are only like 3 teams in all of basketball that have any money, which is why everyone said the Michael Porter Jr. trade was a win, because they thought Michael Porter Jr.'s contract was bad, which it wasn't, because the Brooklyn Nets were the only team with cap space last year, and the Nuggets got off of it. I want to push back on a little bit of Koa Pete, even though I'm a big fan of his, and he jumped off on me.
Is he in the 26 range?
Yes, he's actually currently projected to be 27 to Boston on ESPN.
Okay.
So he's available according to ESPN. Koa Pete, the number one indicator of a guy that will be teachable to shoot three-pointers later on in their NBA career is actually their free throw shooting percentage in college.
Yep.
Koa Pete shot 62% from the free throw line this year. He's 6'8", so he's not quite big enough to be like a guy that can't shoot ever, and he only shot a half a three per game.
Mm-hmm.
He was also really good defensively, and again, I like Koa Pete. I think he's going to be a good basketball player. But he was playing forward next to Krivas, who was the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. He didn't have to do much. And Braden Burries was their point of attack defender, and Braden Burries is going to go in the top 7 of this draft because of his
good.
Right, because of his defense. And oh, by the way, Toby Awaka is also going to be drafted this year, who also plays his position. So it's not like there was this incredible burden placed on Koa Pete, who is going out after his freshman year, who is raw, and then all of a sudden you're going to throw him into an NBA rotation with expectations, and yeah, they won't be the highest expectations. So that's where I get a little bit scared with Koa Pete, even though I like him. Akori is just young and small, but man, you're getting 6 threes off a game in college and shooting 36%. That is something to be proud of.
I will say I'm not grinding over Stanford basketball games, but watching him play last night, going over highlights, his ability to create his own shot at that level, step back and still arc on the jump shot's impressive.
And big shots.
Yeah.
At that. A lot of big shots. And I watched him play a lot last year in the ACC. Swain is a guy that at Xavier, and I just am going over the 3 guys you mentioned, who didn't thrive, and then Rick Pitino's son goes to Xavier. They change up their roster a little bit. He moves to Texas, and he really popped his junior year at Texas, scoring 17 points per game. Has some two-way abilities, but not like as much as you would think.
And he's not a great three-point shooter either.
No, he's not at 34% and only 2.5 per game. And that's the thing that's concerning to me is if you're shooting 34 and you're shooting 7 a game, 5 a game, that's one thing.
Yeah.
If you're shooting 2.5 a game,
that's got to be 40.
Yeah. But his free throw percentage was 81%, which is really good in college.
So there's the sign that's going to improve as a pro.
And he was also getting 7.5 rebounds a game at 6'7".
That's one of the things we talked about earlier. One of the boxes they need to check is rebounding.
But who on the Nuggets roster was their conference's leader in rebounds? Do you remember on the Nuggets roster currently, who led their conference in rebounders the year they got drafted by the Nuggets?
I don't know.
Zeke Naji,
Oh,
who
God.
literally can't grab a rebound. So rebounding numbers don't always translate, is the point I'm trying to make, especially when you're 6'7". But as a 6'7" guy, showing you have an ability to rebound, I think is important. So I am not sold on any of those three guys for the Nuggets. And it's hard to be sold on anyone, by the way, at 26 in the draft.
Would you be upset if any of those three end up in Denver tonight? You're interviewing one of these guys later. You pissed about it?
No, all three of those guys, like I would say, Corey would probably be the one I'm most upset by, just because I don't know that another under 6'4" ball handler is really the answer.
I think they have a Corey on the roster right now. His name's Jalen Pickett.
Yeah, I think Corey's more athletic and more dynamic with the ball, but you're not wrong, and I think they have guys that fill that need. Swain, you can never have too many wings. Same thing with Koa Pete and his defensive ability. You can never have too many wings. So I'm not upset.
With those two, Pete and Swain, I go, okay, our Swain, I think, can make a difference this year as a bench player in a role reserve type of role.
Especially because he's after his junior year, whereas Pete's 2 years younger. And I think that's key to run.
He's 19 years old.
That's one of the reasons why Christian Brown popped right away and Peyton Watson didn't.
Yeah, you're just unexperienced and raw. I like the term that you use, raw there. So if they ended up with any of them outside of Okori, I wouldn't be too upset. Okori, I'd probably talk myself into the little guard play because of the state of the current NBA, but it's my least favorite of the three we're talking about right now.
One of the things I will mention with Koa Pete, and this was under the previous administration, but Peyton Watson, one of the reasons why he was drafted by the Nuggets, even though he had literally played 400 minutes in college and had scored literally 100 points in college, right? That was the knock. And I will maintain, even though I'm like the biggest Peyton Watson guy, that was a stupid pick at the time because they needed someone to impact the roster. As I would say now is they need someone to impact the roster. Do you remember the number one reason why they drafted Peyton Watson, what they said after they drafted him?
For defensive purposes?
Nope.
What?
Because he was the 8th-ranked player coming out of high school in his class.
Oh, yeah.
Koa Pete was the 8th-ranked player in high school coming out of his class last year.
So they're drafting on a
out of
year potential plan.
Yeah, they're basically drafting off, hey, we know that this kid is talented, and they just, Koa Pete played a lot better in college than Peyton Watson.
Yeah.
Played a lot more.
Because he was a starter.
Right, on a really good Arizona team. Peyton Watson ended up in a really weird situation where he was going to go to this UCLA team that was graduating all these guys, and then they got knocked off right before the end, and all those guys like Jaime Jaquez were like, nah, we're going to give it one more chance. So Peyton Watson kind of got screwed, not Peyton's fault. So any of those three guys I'm not upset by, but if the Nuggets were able to get up and get Morris Johnson or Yaxel Lendenberg tonight, that to me is just the absolute home run. If they stay at 26 and this name's in there because of ESPN. If they stay at 26 and Philon's there from Alabama, after what Philon did this year at Alabama, that would be just a remarkable pick because this guy, and I talk about a top 100 recruit, he was 32nd in the country 3 years ago when he came out of high school. He was 22 a game in the SEC last year. He had 3.5 assists last year. He shot 40% on 6 threes, and he's a little bit bigger. This would just be an absolute boon if he fell to the Nuggets. I'll believe it if I see it. But even if he's there at 22, I'm just like, oh my God, what can I do to get up to the Philadelphia 76ers pick?
It feels, and I know I shouldn't think of it this way of like you're only moving that spot. I should be thinking of it. There's the target. You want to get it, go get it no matter what it costs. But you're telling me like you could move up, let's call it to 20 to 22, and you have to trade Cam Johnson to move up 4 spots.
And if you're doing it, by the way, with Philadelphia, there is a scenario there where you have to maybe trade Christian Brown and like take Paul George's contract back.
Oh, see,
because
I'm
you got
100% on that.
Right.
No way that goes down.
And I doubt that they do that because it would make them a lot more expensive. And by the way, moving up from 26
and
to
Paul
22.
George's busted ass body. It's over for him.
Moving up from 26 to 22 would mean you're paying that rookie more money because the rookie scale is based off where they're taken in the draft. And the Nuggets are in a position where they're literally going to accept the team option on Jalen Pickett's deal because it's $50,000 less than the vet minimum. Like, that's how much they're going to be trying to cut money this summer. So that's why I've said over and over again.
$50,000.
Right.
$50,000.
That's why I've said over and over again.
That's pathetic.
It makes a lot of sense for the Denver Nuggets to either trade down if they're able to. Let's say it's to Dallas at 30 or something like that, and they get literally the cheapest rookie scale first-round pick contract, which is one of the reasons why they drafted Peyton Watson because they had the last pick in the first round that year. Or they end up in a situation where they trade up to that Chicago pick at 15, which I'm, again, not really sure how you get there. and you're just then counting on that rookie to hit. But I think you almost need to do one or the other because it makes more sense to have a guy penciled in on a rookie scale contract that you know is going to be in the rotation, or to pencil in a rookie on the end of your bench who's going to be on a very cheap contract. And those 4 slots, they might not sound a lot to you, but that $1 million, that's literally something that will matter to the Nuggets tonight.
Well, and it's the 4 or 5 slots you're talking about on the back end of the bench are either vet minimums or those rookie scale contracts. They have to do it that way based on the situation that they're in with Cam, with Jamal Joker and Aaron Gordon's contract, and now Christian's contract starting to kick in. So there are 2 other names that now if you're telling me, hey, it's damn near impossible for them to even get to 15.
I'm going to correct myself. It's only $200,000 difference, but that does matter to the Nuggets at 50K.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to be correct.
No, that's fair. That's fair. But still, when you're talking about a multimillionaire, even the 200K, you go, what are we doing?
The largest private landowner in the country, but the 200K, that extra 200K, because of where the Nuggets are penalized in the tax, if they stay this deep in the tax, that extra 200K will literally result in probably $1.5 million.
200K is game changer for me. Give me 200K today, I'm feeling pretty good. 200K is I lost a 20 in my jeans, and I don't know where it is to Stan. Enos is what we call him.
Josh, not Dover, Josh Kroenke might have suits that are worth more than $200,000.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I promise you I don't.
I know you don't. Hey, you get a tat that's worth $200,000 before you get a suit worth $200K.
I do have 2 fitted suits that were kind of pricey when I was working for the Nuggets to wear them there, and now I don't work there and never will again, so they just sit in my closet forever.
I was at the outlets up in your area this weekend.
Calf tattoos everywhere.
I was trying to. I couldn't get a picture of one. I was trying to get.
I almost sent you a picture the other day. You were up at the outlets up there. What was that? Orchard, I think it's called?
No, the ones at like Thornton and North Glen up there on I-25.
Oh, that's like the
your
North
area.
Marketplace.
Yeah. You go south, they're arm pieces. You go north, they're leg pieces.
I don't know where Thornton is.
Oh, yeah. He didn't say North Glen. He said Thornton. Thornton sucks, Kevin. North Glen for life.
Old Thornton.
Old Thornton. Okay. We can agree on that.
Yeah.
Palookas is what you're talking about?
Well, no, that's the worst bar in Thornton.
Okay.
But.
Jake, you get yourself some trouble up in Palookas. You don't want to go on that side. All right, real quick before we talk about the rest of the NBA and the big Giannis move. Oh, if you're telling me it's almost impossible for them to get to 15, it's just a straight pipe dream for me to talk about guards like Darius Acuff and Mikael Brown Jr. Mikael Brown Jr. from Louisville, I really like that kid. I like what he brings to the table, score at all 3 levels. He can take some wild shots, but he had the green light to do whatever he wanted as a Cardinal, so I would imagine that gets reeled in a little bit more. But these 2 dudes are top 10 picks, so it's just a complete pipe dream on my part that the Nuggets could even get there.
I'm not as big on Brown as you. I actually just am in love with Acuff.
Yeah.
He was probably going to go somewhere between 4 and 7.
He was a stud in the tournament, shined in the biggest moments.
Oh, my God, that ball handling, that finishing. It would literally take trading Jamal Murray to the Kings to get Acuff. And you're just not doing it. There's not a trade that really works to get them that high. And I saw some people in the chat like, what if they got Caleb Wilson? And I joked on Twitter yesterday, it'd be awesome if AJ Dembassa falls to the Nuggets. Look, they don't have the assets, and because of the way everyone is operating in basketball with the salaries now, and we saw Julius Randle, who is a 3-time All-Star, get salary dumped last night. There is a argument to be made that if you're the Los Angeles Clippers with the 5th overall pick, you'd rather have the 5th overall pick on a rookie scale contract than Jaylen Brown. And obviously, Jaylen Brown's one of the top 20 players in the game. Like, we're in such a stupid spot with the CBA and the salary cap that we're arguing over dollars and cents more than talent on the court. And it's such an unfortunate situation. Like, Josh, there is no situation in real life world. Me and you should be sitting here trashing Christian Brown because of his contract.
No.
Because guess what? His owners are some of the richest people in America. Mm-hmm. He is a good NBA player.
He's a valuable player.
He is a good NBA player. Is he paid too much in the context of the salary cap? Yes. Mm-hmm. Is he paid too much in the context of being a basketball player? Actually, no.
Yeah.
He is paid probably where he should be. And that's the problem, is this salary cap and all of it, what it creates is us ending up disliking players and being upset at ownership and all of these tangential effects where teams get broken up. There's no world where Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum shouldn't spend their whole careers playing together. Just like Jokic and Murray.
And you drafted the guys. It's supposed to be a reward for your fan base because you did something right, and then you reward those guys with money to keep the group together.
And ownership is sitting here this year with the Nuggets going, we're between a rock and a hard place that we completely created on our own. going
Because they got stuff right.
because they got Peyton Watson and Christian Brown right.
Mm-hmm.
It does not make any sense. And this is why I hate the idea of bringing a salary cap to baseball. This is why I hate the salary cap in general. It doesn't create fairness. It just creates an animosity towards players and an insistence on team-friendly deals we talked about with Bo
God,
earlier.
I hate that term. I hate that term.
Go get your money. Like, Greg Penner has all the money in the world, literally. Like, there's no world in which Bo Nix should take $3 million less just so they can go get backup edge. But that's like the world we live in because the owners created socialism in a capitalist society.
Yeah.
Like,
when has a rich corporation ever been us friendly?
Right.
So we're supposed to go on a two-way street with that?
So I say all of this not to like do some, meta sports hoo-ha about the salary cap. I'm sitting here to say this because the Denver Nuggets have a decision over the next 48 hours and larger into the next week or so in this offseason. Nobody is forcing the Denver Nuggets to not pay Peyton Watson. If Peyton Watson is not on the Denver Nuggets next year, that is an ownership decision and an ownership decision alone, based completely on money, nothing else. If they have to trade Cam Johnson to keep Peyton Watson, that is an ownership decision based on money. There is no reasonable argument from a basketball standpoint that the Nuggets are better without one of those two players next year. And I am not a Cam Johnson fan. I'm not. I didn't love the way he played.
He was a disappointment this year.
But 12 points per game from a 6'8" forward is still better than what's coming for you with an undrafted free agent or a vet minimum.
Who's going to be drinking from a fire hose until January, maybe February. At the NBA level. All right, I want to talk about the Giannis thing and if there's some worry about Nikola's future based on what went on last night. Before we do that, another reminder about what's happening coming up this Saturday. It's our third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp presented by Walmart, and it's happening at All City Stadium at Denver South High School. Kids between the ages of 8 and 14 can come get some hands-on coaching from Mark, from Stoke, from Phil, as well as a staff of coaches from Denver South. All proceeds are going to benefit Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Colorado, who do great work in this state. So don't miss your chance. Get signed up before it's too late. You do that at DenverSports.com/camp. That is DenverSports.com/camp. All right, Jake, Giannis gets traded last night. He's no longer in Milwaukee. He's on his way to Miami. He and Bobby Portis on their way to Miami. A few players going back and forth. Tyler Hero's going to end up there in Milwaukee, then some draft picks, a handful of them going to the Bucks as well. I know how it goes down, and I know the first thought from Nuggets fans is, oh my gosh, this dude that brought them a championship, tweeting about how Milwaukee's in his DNA and would never leave the city, all the things he said after a championship and a couple of years after, and then hell, as soon as 2 weeks ago, still going back and forth of what was his line? I don't want to leave the Bucks. I just want to leave Milwaukee or something like that, which, all right, Giannis, pick what you want here. Jake, and every time someone brings it up, I say, guys, you're worrying over nothing. Your future tripping about nothing. Nikola will not leave. How many radio hosts in Milwaukee said that 6-7 years ago? Is there any worry in your body? I have zero that Joker's leaving. Where do you sit?
Like literally 0.1%.
Okay.
Like it's about as confident as I am about anything in Denver sports that Jokic will retire as a Denver Nugget. I don't think he really wants to play elsewhere. I don't see a situation in which the Nuggets get into as bad of a situation as the Milwaukee Bucks found themselves into. And because Giannis Antetokounmpo put so much pressure on the Milwaukee Bucks, it led to a lot of those disastrous moves, whereas Jokic has put none of that pressure on the Nuggets except for, hey, give me a friend or two on the end of the bench, which really is Giannis was doing that and also pressuring them to cut Dame and like all this other stuff. So I don't see the Nuggets being desperate enough to make that happen. The one question I kind of have is what happens with this Supermax extension in the summer. Does he actually take some sort of a cut like we were talking about? I'd obviously advise against that, but he is not going to say no to $250 million coming his way. And because of the way the NBA salary cap works and the structure of deals, he can't earn a Supermax contract anywhere but Denver. So what we'll likely see is Jokic says yes to $250 million. People are like, oh, then he'll retire after the next contract. He'll probably say yes to another $250 million on the next contract too, and then he'll probably retire. So I think we've got 7 to 8 more years left of Jokic in Denver. The question is, once we start to get to that second contract, are the Nuggets still competitive? Will he be in a situation where he wants to go elsewhere? Or is it going to be more like Steph with the Warriors right now, where it's, can we kind of assemble something that's respectable around him?
Make one last push.
Right. The other option here is they absolutely nail a draft pick tomorrow and he turns into Kawhi Leonard. Like, the only way, and I've said this on Shapiro.
I like how that feels.
I've said this on Shapiro and Piro for months. Maybe the only way the Denver Nuggets win another championship with Nikola Jokic, if it's not within the next year, is if they find a way to draft a guy that just turns into a player as good, if not better, than Nikola Jokic.
Well, it took him 44 years to find the first one.
Right.
Let's hope they can do this in the next two nights.
Well, you know what? It took him 4 years. It took him 4 years to find a guy that was that good. And then they got rid of him after 1 year because Spencer Haywood wanted to go to the NBA.
Oh, yeah.
Spencer Haywood's the best.
Yeah.
He's the best rookie the Denver Nuggets have ever had. And if you don't believe me, go look at what Spencer Haywood did in 1969.
Yeah.
You would not believe the statistics.
Yeah, it's the shot in the dark. Can you find it again? Can lightning strike twice in the same spot again to make it go? And we also have this to hold our hat on for Nikola Jokic.
My plan is to be the Nuggets forever.
So I'll live with that for about as long as I can.
I mean, the one thing that could ruin his time in Denver is if Mayor Mike Johnson just said, we're tearing up Wash Park, no more Wash Park. That guy loves Wash Park.
Yes, he does. Well, and you know Joker. You know Joker pretty well. I've talked to him a ton. I've talked to him several times, not as much as you, but I've said on this show repeatedly that he is, and he plays it well, but he is very aware of who he is, the power he brings, the NBA person that he is, and I think this is a part of it now. You just said he's about to be given $250 million. He's going to have a lot of money when it's all said and done, and I don't think he believes there's enough number because he wants to give his kids generational wealth. He wants to do what he's going to do in Sombor after it's all done. I think Nikola Jokic being aware of his basketball power and the financial gain that comes with that is something that he's not ready to say no to anytime soon or say goodbye to anytime soon.
You know, his contract is a non-insignificant portion of Serbia's GDP.
I did not know that.
It's at 0.1%. His next contract at $75 million will be 0.1% of Serbia's GDP.
And what's 361 paying him?
Probably around the same.
Yeah.
And I've said this for years, but people think LeBron James is a basketball player. You know, you could make the case. Maybe one of the best ever. He's actually a shoe salesman.
Yeah.
He's paid to be a shoe salesman.
And a good one.
And a really good one. Yeah, he makes more from Nike than he does the Lakers.
Uh-huh.
And he's been a shoe salesman for 20 years.
Yep. And he's not going to stop even when he's done playing basketball.
Correct. He has a longer career selling shoes than he does as a basketball player.
Al Bundy over there. A regular old Al Bundy.
4 touchdowns?
Yeah, that's right.
All 4? In the state title game?
Polk High. That's exactly right. All right. We had that conversation about everything that's going on. I do want to get into a conversation about Val and the Chushkin. Jake and I disagree on what the future could look like for Val and the value that Val brings to either the Avs or whomever's team he may end up on. We'll explain that next.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
DenverSports 104.3 The Fan's third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child, ages 8 to 14, will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South. And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado, so your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at denversports.com/camp. That's denversports.com/camp.
Summer should be a time of joy for children, but Wish kids often miss out due to their illness, creating a dark chapter during a time that should be filled with sunshine and memories. A wish from Make-A-Wish Colorado can change everything for these children, giving them the strength and hope they need to persevere in their fight against critical illness. My name is Carrie Fletcher. I'm part of the Alpine Bank family, member FDIC. Today, Alpine Bank hopes you'll decide to make a life-changing impact in the life of Colorado Wish kids by supporting Make-A-Wish Colorado. There are currently more than 450 Colorado kids with critical illnesses who are waiting for a life-changing wish, and 110 more kids will be diagnosed this summer. You can help make their wishes come true. Visit wish.org/Colorado to help Make-A-Wish Colorado grant some memorable wishes this summer.
Hey, it's Phil Lindsay here. Do you need a new roof, gutters, or exterior needs? Monarch is your one-stop shop, backed by 16 years of experience and over 10,000 satisfied customers. Their in-house insurance team fights for you, and their white glove service means every detail is handled with care. Competitive pricing, award-winning craftsmanship, and the only roofer the Denver Broncos chose to endorse. A proud member of Team Dave Logan, make the call to your home team, Monarch Construction and Roofing, the official roofer of the Denver Broncos.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Rob Biadino here at BeatTheDA.com. My law firm's doing a ton of divorce cases these days, and the bottom line is I see a lot of controlling spouses. They try to control and threaten you with calling the police. They threaten you with taking the kids. But the worst ones are to control the money. The ones who control the money, we got to get to the bottom of. We got the investigators, we got the forensic guys, we got the experts, the bank guys that can go find and track whatever's hidden. At the end of the day, hit me up at BeatTheDA.com or 720-706-5151.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at ColoradoRLE.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. ColoradoRLE.com.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
Taco Bell's $5, $7, and $9 Lux Boxes. Limited time at participating stores while supplies last. Prices vary. Freezes and specialty drinks not included. Tax extra.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is dribble, D-R-I-B-B-L-E. Text dribble to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's dribble to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, big Nuggets conversation with the draft tonight, and wondering what they'll do with 26. Stay, move up, move back.
I'm worrying.
I guess we should worry a little bit because we're going to know. We said it earlier, and we'll revisit it again later, but we're going to know what they want to do based off their actions tonight.
I woke up happy, so I'm expecting to go to bed angry. Get the
can't
full range.
stay-
Yeah,
yeah.
you can't stay happy for a full day, man.
You know, I will say the Nuggets are having their little draft party and deciding whether or not you're going to go or not, but at least they do have good pizza. They always have good pizza down there.
My boy Ryan Blackburn can eat it all because this is the move I pulled a couple years ago. Watch the draft from home. I live so close that I biked there as soon as they they picked Deron Holmes. I was on my bike, walked in 2 minutes before the press conference, just got what I needed,
That's
and
smart.
I left. Because I don't, as fun as it might sound to you guys who are listening out there to be like at Ball Arena by yourself and like the lore of that
with work friends,
right? Like whatever, like. Here's what it actually is. I'm sitting in a room that is very quiet, that you can't see the court or anything in, with no windows, and we're watching like a 30-second delayed stream of the draft, and I'm sitting there just looking at Adam Silver's head all night. Like it's not fun on paper, or in actuality. It might be fun on paper.
On paper. It's on paper. It sounds very cool. You're like, pizza? You're watching at the arena? Interview the next guy? Yeah, that was cool. A long time ago.
And it would be one thing if they're picking the top 7 and it's Jamal Murray and it's like, okay, it's going to change the franchise.
Well, remember when you'd go, we're going to interview 3 guys at the end of this night because they have that many picks.
Right. Now the second round's on a different night. They don't have the fans there. It's a whole different vibe to what it was when the draft was so important.
Do you like the fact I think it's so dumb they're doing it in 2 nights. So teams can execute trades and do more research, but
no, it's for TV.
It's for TV, right?
The second round is so useless generally in the NBA draft that I think it's a complete waste of time. It's one of the sillier things the NBA has done, but it's smart of them as a league to continue to try and act more like the NFL and add just more and more time that people are talking about their league in the offseason when people wouldn't be talking about
That's
their
league. Hey, it's so big. We're making it so big. It must be so big. But we'll see what those ratings look like on round number 2 tomorrow night. All right, let's talk about this roster a little bit between the Nuggets and the Avalanche. I'll ask you who is in the better position moving forward. But before we do that, I mentioned it. You and I see Val Nichushkin a little differently because there's some rumors out there that he may become available for the Colorado Avalanche or for teams to come get from the Colorado Avalanche. Again, I would say, yes, that sounds great. Would all of us, most of us anyway, sign up for Val being traded to make more room for a better roster? We'd all go, yeah, do it. He's been below average, at least what he has shown us in the past. He hasn't accomplished over the last 2 seasons. Obviously on the thin ice with his drug and alcohol program in the NHL. One more mess up and he's nobody's problem because he'd be out of the league at that point. I'm all for an idea to trade Val. I just don't know that there's another team out there where, unless you're adding some draft picks to it, and again, that's a road we can go down if you want, you're not going to win that trade. Getting Val off the books seems like let's get Val off the books for the sake of Val off the books, not to get a return player that's equal or even better than what Val is.
Yeah, I completely disagree with this because you look at, what Val has been the last couple years, and Val 3 years ago was a point per game guy. The last couple of years, he's probably 3/4 of a point per game, basically. The number 1 trade target right now in the NHL is Dylan Larkin. Dylan Larkin's making $8.7 million, and he had 67 points in 74 games last year. Okay, so you're telling me as a team, Valeri Nichushkin, who's making $2 million less at 49 points in 72 games, who's proven he can get to a higher level even, that you're not thinking that's valuable as well? I don't think that it's not valuable, especially with the salary cap in the NHL going up $8 million this year. Everyone in the league has the ability to acquire Val because they're looking for ways to spend money. I mean, heck, look at what the Panthers did the other night, getting the Tkachuk brothers together because everyone has the ability to sign another guy. The question here, Josh, in this contract here would be about Cale Makar and his contract deal. And his deal goes through next year. So it's not like you're hamstrung and you absolutely need to get Val off the books because you need to pay Cale this money this year. Cale's going to make like $20 million a year. Cale's going to be the most expensive paid hockey player of all time when that contract gets signed, just like Nate was a couple years ago. And guess what? Nate's making way less than a lot of guys now because that's how the NHL has evolved. So I don't think you're absolutely looking at it and going, we need to trade Val now because of the contract. The question to me is, do you want to trade Val now because you'll get him at a higher value now than next year because everyone knows there's basically a gun against your head because the Cale Makar deal is coming? That's the question to me. And I would tell you again that I think that there's value in Val, so I don't think that they're just going to be trading him with a pick just to get off the deal. I look at a couple of the elite defensemen that should be available, and I go, I wonder if you could add a little sweetener with Val and get one of those guys.
Yeah, not little sweetener. We're talking about a draft pick or two. I know they just did the deal with Nashville and picked up their own third they got back and then got Nashville's third. If you're talking about extra draft pieces that you've accumulated, then yeah, you throw that into the conversation, at least to the trade pot, and see if you can get anything. If you could tell me we're moving Val for a future third and a defenseman that can come in here and make your pairings better, make it better for defensemen to jump up into the play and still protect the blue line, I would do that in a heartbeat.
On the Athletics trade board right now, there is 3 left-handed defensemen that would pair with Cale Makar, because Cale Makar is a righty. Mm-hmm. You have Bowen Byram, who we know very well and like very much in Denver.
I do like Bo.
He is more of an offensive defenseman than maybe what we're looking for to to go with Cale. Mm-hmm. But a lot of people, at least in Avs faithful nation, are looking for more of a defensive guy. Great. How about Darnell Nurse? He's making $9.25 million. That's not a very good contract. He does have a no movement clause. Maybe you can convince him to come to Colorado, and because he's got a and he's got a no movement clause, so you're all of a sudden maybe getting Darnell Nurse, who the Oilers have no other option to get off of, who's making more money, and yeah, you're probably having to send someone else out with Val, but you did already send out Ross Colton, so you have a little bit more money to work with, and you got a big bruising 31-year-old defenseman. Now you don't get younger.
No, I actually thought he was like 35, so this is pleasant surprise to hear he's only 31 and just turned 31 in February.
Same situation in Toronto. No movement clause, $7.5 million, a little bit less. Morgan Riley, more of a two-way defender than a hardcore defender or an offensive guy. But Morgan Riley at 32, he's the longest tenured Leaf. They're in an offseason where they just got a new GM. They've got the number 1 overall pick. There's all sorts of rumors around Matthews. Could Morgan Riley be the guy that's out? And I look at Morgan Riley as, yeah, maybe he's not exactly the perfect partner for Cale, but he's a guy that could anchor his own pairing as well as sometimes play with Cale if you're looking for a little bit more offense. I look back at this Avs playoff run, and Cale was so hurt, Josh, that during multiple big-time defensive situations, you had Brent Burns out on the ice with Devon Toews instead of Cale Makar because of Cale was hurt. You cannot end up in a situation where Brent Burns is killing the last minute of a game. And I know it didn't really cost the Avs, but the point being is that's how thin on the blue line the Avs got by the end of the year. I know Malinsky was hurt as well. I know Josh Manson was a shell of himself because he got hurt. But I want one more big-time defenseman. You have enough forwards, in my opinion. I know the second-line center question's been there for years. I feel fine about it, even with Brock Nelson doing basically nothing in the playoffs. You still have Nas. You have options there. Give me one more defender. That's why the Avs won the Cup in 22. Their 6 defensemen, 1 through 7 actually, were just fantastic that year.
Yes, they were. So it sounds like even though we disagree a little bit on the value of Val, we're both okay with him being moved for the pieces that we want. We're both at the blue line for a blue line player to come back.
Yeah, I just am not in a situation where I feel like if they don't move Val, it's a loss. Like I'm not. I don't
know that it's a requirement for me either. Yeah. But if we're talking about some of the core pieces that can be moved and we're all fine with, Val's at the top of the list for a lot of people, myself included.
And he's got one of the most movable contracts because again, $6.125 million right now in the NHL is not that big of a contract, especially when I think looking at it, right, it's only running through 2030. It's not like this long, monstrous contract that some of these guys have. Look, it's a lot different to be trading a guy who is, making $9 million on a contract that runs through 2031 with a no movement clause. Val's got a 12-team no movement clause, but that still means a third of the league you could force a trade to. More than a third of the league you could force a trade to if you had to.
Avs fans, what say you? Yay or nay? Move Val? Can they get better with just Val, or do they have to add a little, sprinkle to it with a draft pick or two to get off of that deal? 303-713-1043 is the RamosLaw.com text line. Put your name on your text. Get your text read a little sooner than later. Or if you're watching over on YouTube, youtube.com/DenverSports, get in on the Dover and Cecil stream. Participate in Tribe Chat. Thanks to our friends over at Sean Ponda. We'll get caught up with a few of your texts and your Tribe Chat comments when we return, but there is some news in the NFL that directly affects Brendan Sorsby. We'll tell you what it is next.
Get your game on, go play.
Does Denver's 2 MVP superstars need to win at least one more championship each in order to cement their legacies as all-time greats in their sport?
But if you are talking about legacies and you're talking about all-time greatness and you're talking about the idea of your players or your teams being remembered 20, 30, 40 years from now, and you really do care about legacy, then yes, Jokic has to win another championship. McKinnon has to win another Stanley Cup.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, did you know that 1 in 4 men over 40 have low testosterone? They have low energy, low sex drive, low motivation, and barely recognize themselves. But 100% of them can get it all back and feel like themselves again at Low T Center. Low T Center is the original TRT clinic, changing lives since 2009. Their expert providers work to tailor TRT plans to every man to get his levels back to where they need to be. They can help you get your energy, your focus, and sex drive back. They can even work with most major insurance providers. So head over to fixmylowt.com and book your free testosterone test. Fixmylowt.com.
Tune in to Mile High Money. My biggest goal is education. I come from a family of educators, and I want you to know the who, the what, the why, the when, the how.
Helping you achieve your ideal retirement.
The risk that you're taking, does that equal the return that you should be getting? And a lot of times, the answer is no.
Tune in to Mile High Money with Adam Moeller. Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR, advancedhair.com.
Most home sellers get one offer. It's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard Offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors, all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers. You review them all and pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard Offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
This is playing at the Grizzly Rose. I don't know if it would be, but Kevin just yells this.
Say cheese.
I'm surprised we're not playing Peppa's after Giannis went to Miami.
Oh, we probably should. Alex could make that happen.
That was one of the best moments of the 23 finals is when Ball Arena took Peppa's back from Miami.
The Say Cheese thing. Jake Shapiro's sitting in for Cease. We play a Bad Bunny song where he says, take a selfie, say cheese. Kevin was in Nashville having a good time in Nashville, as you do, listening to a non-Bad Bunny song and just yelled this. So we have some fun with that as much as we can.
I was at a very nice resort in Mexico after the Broncos season ended.
Yeah.
I took a little vacation, and it was my last night there. It was, all-inclusive, so I was in a mood.
You sure?
And I was in the elevator, and there were a couple of guys there that were speaking Spanish, and I was talking with them. I know a little Española, not very good. And I was talking with them, and I was being nice, and I'm like completely out of my mind at this point. And one of them goes, "I'm Bad Bunny." And I look at him, I go to his face, I go, "You're not Benito." And my wife just says that to me all the time. She's like, "You're not Benito." And all the guys laughed hysterically.
He's like, watch, I'll get over on this dumb American that doesn't know
I'm
any
like,
better.
"You're not Benito. I know Benito. You're not Benito."
Yeah, if you're Bad Bunny, no offense to your vacation, but I don't know that he's sharing the same.
No, I was
elevators.
It was that nice.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was that nice. It was like not within the realm of possibilities that he would have been there.
I got to get on the digital team, huh? I got to get paid over there.
Costco travel, buddy.
Oh, that's what it is?
Yeah.
That does come in clutch. My future brother-in-law works at Costco, so we get a real nice little discount on tires and all the things that come with it.
Telling you, you got to use your memberships correctly.
Shout out Jake. His name's Jake.
Yeah,
Shout out to Jake Timoney. All right. He won't give a damn that we give him a shout out on the show today. He's not a sports guy. I got to read a tweet. You said it earlier, brought it up to us earlier, and we just didn't get to it yet, but we got to make sure we do. Adam Schefter had this tweet an hour ago. Just in, says Shefty, the NFL is declining to hold a supplemental draft this summer, currently leaving the 27 draft as the only way for quarterback Brendan Sorsby to enter the NFL. A letter is being sent to Sorsby and all 32 NFL teams to inform them of the league's decision. The league continues to try and show that it has little tolerance for gambling issues. That's a real cute line at the end there, Adam, because you contradict yourself. Your first line is he can be in the NFL next year. And then your last line is they don't have any tolerance for this gambling issue. The Sorsby thing, Jake, I haven't talked to you about it, so I'll get your take in real time here. I think it's absolutely ridiculous that this kid gets any other opportunity. He's not a minor. He's not a 14-year-old that doesn't know any better. This is a grown-ass man that knew what the rules were and still broke the rules. And I don't care that he was betting on his team to win. You know what the rules were. You have to be real stupid to break the rules knowing what they were and knowing what the consequences could be of you losing your football life and the privilege of making money off of professional sports. So I used to get down on a little sports gambling. I don't now because I'm addicted to golf and every dollar goes to golf. But I just think it's so dumb. We give second, third, fourth chances to all these people. If you know what the rules are and know what the consequences are and you still break the rule, you should be punished and have to suffer for the consequences. I hope Brendan Sorsby never plays football in the NFL.
I won't debate like the ethics or morals of like murdering someone over gambling or like anything like that. But what I would tell you is when you are an athlete, there is literally one rule you cannot break. You can cheat, you can steal, you can lie, you could even murder people sometimes. Like, I'm dead serious.
You're
like,
right.
The one thing you absolutely cannot do no matter what is bet. You cannot gamble. It's just the only thing, because to the leagues, and again, this isn't to all of us out here with moralities of like, obviously, about the worst thing you can do to someone is kill them, right? Like,
right.
yeah. But to the leagues, the worst thing you can do is ruin the integrity of the game. And gambling screws with the integrity of the game. It makes you question everything. My first thought was, if I were a team and I had a supplemental draft pick and I was thinking about Brendan Sorsby and he throws an interception late in the game, would I be wondering if he had gambled on it?
Right.
And that's something that would enter my mind literally the entirety of his career.
And you know how emotional these athletes get if you're in the locker room with them and you have that thought going through your head. What kind of, moments are you creating in that locker room for guys to argue with each other?
And he created it for himself with a mistake he made when he was 19. And I hate to have a 19-year-old's mistake follow them for the rest of their lives, but it was following him last year even. It wasn't just like it just stopped. I mean, it's been going on. And I understand Texas Tech saying, we paid all this money. We want this guy to play. Like, if he was at CU, I'd be happy I had a quarterback. You know what I mean? But at the same time, they're not being honest about the real reason, which is they have a quarterback and they're trying to make it some counseling thing of, football's his medicine for gambling and he needs to do this.
Oh, wow.
Look, man, for me, I'm a big proponent Barry Bonds should be in the Baseball Hall of Fame. I'm a big proponent Roger Clemens should be in the Baseball Hall of Fame. Steroids were not illegal when either of them took steroids. Oh, and by the way, even if you're one of those people that like steroids ruin their case, I can make a good argument that Manny Ramirez had a big impact on baseball. He should probably be in the Hall of Fame, even though he got suspended for steroid use. The one guy I will absolutely not tolerate in the Hall of Fame is Pete Rose, who's the hits leader, who it's still unclear if he ever, threw a game.
What was he betting on?
Yeah.
It's a question.
I mean, he was betting on games, but did he ever throw one? And he said he only betted for the Reds.
To win, yeah.
But you know what? Let's say I bet on the Rockies last night, but I didn't bet on the Rockies tonight. Okay, last night I used all of our best bullpen arms. Tonight I'm not going to. So you ruin the integrity of the game, even if you are betting for your team. So I would always have that question with Sorsby. I don't think this is the right decision by the NFL to not hold the supplemental draft. I think they should give the teams the option to do that, and then they should deem the punishment of whatever they see fit.
So like Sorsby gets drafted and you go, oh, you're suspended for 8 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think that should be on the teams. And obviously the NFL would tell teams going in, look, he's going to get suspended or whatever. But it should be on the teams if they want this to happen. But I am fascinated to know if he's going to go back to Texas Tech. As a CU Buffs fan, I would tell you, under no circumstance should the Buffs play a game against Brandon Sorsby at Texas Tech, and they should walk off the field in protest if that's a situation that occurs, because this is not a player that should be playing high-level professional sports until he is proven without doubt he will not gamble on a game ever again.
I was kind of having fun with spending all my money on golf, which is partly true, but like the whole gambling thing, it's fun, but it's not what I need to be engaged with sports. And the spoiler is like nobody's ever going to get rich sports gambling. Nobody ever in the history of sports gambling.
There's like 3 people and they're all very famous,
right,
and now they're grifting and they're taking your money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So like if that's what you want to do, get down how you get down. I just don't do it anymore. I just think, again, this is a privilege. The life that Brendan Sorsby could have had and might still have is such a privilege. The fact that he just kind of spits in the face of the rules and regulations of the game rubs me the wrong way. Doesn't deserve the privilege.
It's also
anymore.
a very June story because he's like the 4th best quarterback in the Big 12.
Yeah.
So like
what?
Do we really think this is going to be like a franchise-changing guy? So you're gonna use a 5th-round pick or a 4th-round pick on a guy who's going to hold a clipboard for you who might be betting against your team.
Yeah.
Like what are we doing? It'd be one thing if it was Arch Manning, man. It's
right,
not.
Right. And Arch doesn't need the dough. He doesn't need. Neither did Sorsby, I guess, but he still chased it. All right, so no supplemental draft in the NFL this year. They're just ruling with an iron fist down there. They have standards and rules. You can't just do whatever you want, Brendan Sorsby. Let's get into hour number 4. It's our 4th quarter. We're going to get back to the NBA draft. It is tonight. Denver will be on the clock at pick number 26. They can add a player to make an impact as a rookie, or do they have to trade up to get that? Will they? That conversation's coming at you next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Last stop, Arvada. June 26th from 2 to 6 at Arvada Beer Garden.
There was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. Getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. Be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
This summer, the honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich and pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of feller who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Right now, it's Siltahar certified pre-owned vehicles starting at $10,980, backed by a 90-day warranty and a 5-day exchange. Too big? Swap it. Too red? Swap it. Any reason. Get top value for your trade-in instantly at sthmotors.com, then put that money towards hundreds of vehicles on the lot. New car buyer. Ford and Lincoln employee pricing. You pay what they pay. 66 years, family-owned, no games, just deals. sthmotors.com, Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Siltahar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? At Berg Simpson Injury Lawyers, we've helped Coloradans for 50 years, and our results speak for themselves. We have 29 best lawyers in America, 19 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is the Denver Sponsored Jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed Sponsored Jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You are listening to Denver Sports 1043. The Fan. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
in round 2. Was it 49? Top of my head, I'm trying to remember that. 49th, something like that.
We'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll figure that out. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. That's the voice of Jake Shapiro sitting in for one Cecil Lammy today and tomorrow.
Chances are that pick will change. Like half the second round picks get traded during the draft.
Be some mix-ups and shake-ups going down tonight. I want to talk about what they do tonight. I also want to talk about the needs that this team has. You probably can't check or get all those needs addressed tonight or tomorrow, but we could see their plan based off the moves they make tonight and tomorrow. Before we dive deep into it, I want to remind everybody we got a cool contest going on right now. Summer's here. That means road trips. But with gas prices, you're probably questioning whether or not you take that road trip. Well, let us help you out. Enter for your chance to win a weekly $250 gas card and the possible grand prize of $1,000. All you have to do is listen. You're listening now. When we give out keywords, we're giving them out every hour. You have until the end of that hour to text it to 303-713-1043. Do it before the hour ends. The more keywords you enter, the more chances you're going to have to win. When we say dribble, don't send in treble. You want to send in dribble when that's the word. For complete rules, visit DenverSports.com/keyword. That's DenverSports.com/keyword. But like I said, you got to spell that thing right. All right, Jake, so they have the 26th pick overall. We'll give our official predictions at 145, but a little preview of what's going on. What's your gut telling you they do tonight? You don't have to give me the player, but they make a pick at 26, they move up, or they move back.
My gut tells me they're going to move down. My gut tells me they're going to unload a contract tonight, and using their first-round pick will be part of unloading that contract. That's not necessarily the best news for people in Nuggets Nation, and I think that would be a pretty upsetting way to end Tuesday night.
So you'd move a player, trade your draft pick, and at the end of the night, there'd be a press conference of this is why we did this?
This is why we've traded Cam Johnson, let's say. But we can't talk about it because the trade's not finalized. We'll talk more about it tomorrow, and we expect to have a productive day in the second round.
Yeah, so pretty pointless evening then.
Yes, that's kind of how I feel like tonight's going to go. I hope that the Nuggets end up with a good young player out of tonight, but I don't have all of the hope in the world that it's going to happen. Now, there is a crazy scenario in which the Nuggets get super active tonight, and this is one of the best periods in the league to make a move because literally everybody is open for business. Everyone is trying to make trades the next couple days, and obviously the Nuggets are among those teams. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Nuggets made a move. Now, I heard the morning show guys on my way in talking about, trading for Jaylen Brown or something like that. I'd be stunned if the Nuggets walked away with a name brand NBA player off of tonight. Now, could they end up with a trade package that ends them with an NBA player that Jake is really excited about on tomorrow's show? That's a sicko that I watch on League Pass. Sure.
Yeah.
But I'd be stunned if they're moving something that's like, wow, you know this guy. You know what I mean? Or if they draft a guy that is somebody that you're really excited about. Now, there are a couple names on my board, especially if they sit at 26 or if they move up a little bit, that I think would be really helpful for the Nuggets. But I don't have all the hope in the world that that's what's going to happen.
So the Jaylen Brown conversation, we're hearing some rumors of the Celtics wanting to get off of that. I mean, are we talking like Brown for Murray straight up? Is that the deal we're going to do? They're similar in contracts.
Jamal, Aaron Gordon, and Jonas Valanciunas, who is not going to play in the NBA this year, it seems. That just came out of
He's got an
Europe.
offer, yeah.
Yes, and he would be in there for salary, and then the Celtics would cut it.
You'd wave and stretch just what the Nuggets
are going to do, but in this case, it would be going to Boston. And you bring back Jaylen Brown, as well as hometown hero Derek White.
So the Nuggets get Jaylen Brown and Derek White. The Celtics get Jamal Murray and what was AG?
AG.
And then they waive Val.
Yep. And maybe there's a first from the Nuggets in there or something like that.
I don't want to move off of Jamal Murray, but this is the closest anybody has been able to get me to go. Do both teams get better because of change of scenery for guys? Jalen's still second fiddle, but he's doing it not with another guard or ball handling player, doing it with Nikola Jokic, and you're always going to be second fiddle to him. I still want to say no.
There's no scenario in my mind in which trading Jamal Murray for Jaylen Brown as the principal of that deal makes sense for the Nuggets when we're sitting here going ball handling, playmaking, playmaking. And Jamal Murray last year turned into an elite ball handler and playmaker, throwing over 7.5 assists a game, and Jaylen Brown's a guy who we've questioned his left hand the entire time he's been in the NBA, and he's only thrown 5 assists per game one season, which was last year, which his star player was not on the court for. And oh, by the way, he hucked up 22 shots per game.
Damn.
So I just don't think there's a scenario. And by the way, Jamal Murray shot 18.
22 shots for him? And I guess if Jamal's off the team.
Yeah, and you can get 4 more.
Yeah.
Hey,
Aaron's
Cam.
gone.
Hey, Cam, do you want to do less?
Yeah, he does. Based on the game I watched him play last year, he does.
So there is a scenario there where you could trade Jamal for Jaylen. I don't know how it helps the Celtics, because the whole idea in my mind, if I were the Celtics and I was trying to trade Jaylen Brown, is either I'm getting Giannis or I'm breaking that contract up into smaller pieces. And Jamal Murray makes a little less money than Jaylen Brown, but it's not significantly more. And the Nuggets' whole idea right now seemingly
is $5 million.
Yeah, and the Nuggets' whole idea seemingly right now is to pay less money and to get more expensive with Jaylen Brown as one player, to me, doesn't make a lot of sense.
Are the Nuggets a championship contender minus Jamal, Aaron, and Jonas plus Jaylen and Derek White?
No.
I think they're in the same. They're not a real championship contender now. You make that trade,
they're
you're still
less
not a
good.
real championship contender.
They have a chance. They have
They're
a
a West playoff team. That's it.
They have a punter's chance right now because they have the best Victor Wembanyama defender in the league, and Aaron Gordon. If they get rid of Aaron Gordon, right, but they have him, it's better than not having him.
You're right.
If they get rid of him for a guy I love, and Derek White, love him very much as a person, as a buff, all that stuff. I don't see how sizing down, even though it solves the ball handling issue, will fix you, because what the Nuggets have done since 2023 is continue to just get smaller and smaller and smaller. And last year during the playoffs, I think you saw that have an effect against the Wolves, as the Nuggets looked too small at times, and that was the first time I felt that way. So getting smaller again by moving AG, to me, is not the move that helps you. So you both need to find a way to get more ball handling and get bigger, and this move only accomplishes one of those things. Jaylen Brown's a really spectacular player. He really is. He had one of the best seasons in the NBA last year. I'd still make an argument that I want Jamal Murray more than Jaylen Brown.
Boys behind the glass both were in on it immediately. Kevin Kistner, you called me crazy. Why did you call me crazy?
You crazy. I want that dog in Jaylen Brown. I don't know if we have that dog in Jamal. I mean, maybe we saw it this year for the first time during the regular season.
Yeah, just not in the playoffs.
I'm tired of going into every playoff run of, what Jamal are we going to get? What version are we going to get? We know what we're getting with Jaylen. I'm willing to try something completely different. I know we could give up a Jamal and AG. We don't know if AG's ever healthy anymore.
Yeah.
And I would love to see what Jaylen Brown looks like with Jokic and this roster than what Jamal and AG look like.
I mean, look, I will say, and I just told you, this, you guys know, you can know where I've been. I'm not trading Jamal Murray, but this is the closest to get me to go, there's a reason why I would with this scenario. Alex, you're 100% in on this deal?
I wouldn't say 100, but I'm like in the 80, 90th percentile for sure. I think when I'm looking at Jamal, I'm not sure how much more you're going to get out of Jamal. And sometimes I just worry, what if he regresses back to who he was prior? Like, was this 1 year the anomaly? It might be. I don't know yet. I think Jaylen Brown gives you a little bit more of that consistent edge. Who knows what he looks like outside of Boston? He obviously looked great as a number 1 and was a solid number 2. How does that work when you're not literally playing the same position as the guy who's your number 1? And I just think Derek White's a phenomenal player. I think that's just me being a Colorado kid who loves seeing Colorado kids succeed. But that's one of the moves that I think would move me to want to get rid of Jamal, because I'm in the same boat as you. I want to keep Jamal, but that's about as close as I'd be like, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. And it's that hometown part of it that you're talking about, that's probably some of the appeal of, like, we know Derek. We know what he means to the state, the region, everything at CU and all of the things. So
you know him
you
so
got
much.
me close.
You know him so much that you drafted Tyler Lydon instead of him.
Well, I say we, not them.
Yeah, so by the
and
way.
What's Tyler Lydon doing now, by the way?
Not in basketball. Jaylen Brown, last 4 years, since Jamal Murray came off the injury, last 4 years, both players, 6 threes a game, 34%. Jamal Murray, last 4 years, 6 threes a game, 41%. That's literally number one reason why I wouldn't make the trade. Number two, Jaylen Brown 4 assists a game last 4 years. Jamal Murray 6.5 assists per game. And the points per game number, you think Jaylen Brown's so good. Jamal Murray until this year basically has always scored more points per game than Jaylen Brown and has done so on a better efficiency. And I know he's got a little bit more of a defensive edge and more size, but I don't see a way in which that improves the Nuggets. And again, I love Derek White. We'll come back to one number. He shot 32% from three last year.
Yeah.
It's just that's not tenable for what the Nuggets need right now. And he is a defensive player of the year type candidate. And look, Josh, if we go down the approach of the Nuggets are just going to surround Jokic with defenders and figure it out, then sure, Derek White and Jaylen Brown is a good starting point just to surround him with defenders. But you might as well go trade Cam Johnson for Dylan Brooks and go all the way in. You can't half measure that. You're going to go all defense, not half defense. And right now, the way I look at the Nuggets is they, for one of the best offensive teams in the history of basketball, over and over and over again last year, lacked offense at important times. And you know who I trust more than Jaylen Brown to go get me a bucket?
Jamal Murray. That's the right answer. All right, Tribe, you tell us. Jaylen Brown, Derek White, for Jonas, Jamal, and AG. Yay or nay? Would you do that deal tonight at the draft? Tell us at 303-713-1043. Put your name on the end of your text so we can give you a shout-out on the RamosLaw.com text line. And then the same deal if you're watching at YouTube. YouTube.com/DenverSports. Get on the Dover and Cecil stream. Tribe chat fueled by Sean Honda. Just a yay or nay. Would you or would you not do the deal? We'll get caught up with some of those. And then I do want to get in that conversation of biggest Nuggets needs coming up next.
The Rockies' record may not show it yet, but the foundation is being built. Are we starting to see the right people finally in place to create a winning culture in Colorado?
They're going to play hard. They've got some emotion. You can tell, man, they got the right people. You know, we always talk about character and how character matters and having the right people. You can tell that team enjoys being around each other, right? Like they're building something there that's exciting. I still know that they're not as talented as you need, and they don't pitch as well as you have to, and all that kind of stuff. I will say this, man, they're going to show up every night, and they're going to play their butts off.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
It's soda, diet, and nutrition.com that I love so much because, well, 5 years ago I lost 60 pounds with soda and never going back. Why? Because they taught me how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. You want that weight loss journey. You want the right path. Soda is your path. 866-800-SODA. You can call them up and join the program. By the way, you join now, your partner joins for free. That's two people, real accountability for the price of one. So why did soda work for me? It's real food. It's real results. There are no mystery pills. There's no mystery chemicals. You're not giving yourself a shot. This is learning how to properly nourish and take care of your body. Soda, it is the key. And having that personalized nutritionist there available for you via text when you've got questions, concerns, and you just sometimes need straight up encouragement. Listen, losing 60 pounds has changed my life. I look and feel 10 years younger. I owe it all to soda. Say it with me, everybody. Thank you so much. Soda, dietandnutrition.com. Again, 866-800-SODA, because soda is state of the art.
In the last week of July, you'll find the superstars of rodeo at Cheyenne Frontier Days. The world's top cowboys, cowgirls, buck and broncs, and toughest bulls. Grab your hat, pull on your boots, and join in the Cowboys' favorite rodeo. Cheyenne Frontier Days, the wildest ride in the West. Rodeo tickets on sale now at CFDrodeo.com.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, and if you're a guy over 50 dealing with an enlarged prostate, you need to know about PAE, prostate artery embolization. It's minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're back home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatments with near zero impact on sexual function. Top-tier radiologists, boutique setting, personalized care in Lakewood. Go to coloradoae.com.
Do you have a good lemonade recipe? I'm looking for one. This is Jay Rickstrew for Alpine Bank, member FDIC, an equal housing lender. Now that summer is here, so are new opportunities. Fresh as a glass of lemonade. Maybe a home project is on your mind. Would your family like to take a camping trip somewhere fun? Whatever you'd like to make happen this season, Alpine Bank would like to be part of it. There are so many helpful tools and resources we offer to make this a great summer. Please give us a chance to tell you more about them. Stop by sometime soon. Oh, and if you have that lemonade recipe, bring it along too. My wife makes a peach pie that's knock your socks off. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recyclon Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
Brendan Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
Walk into the back office of most small businesses and you'll see an old DVR humming on a shelf and a camera over the register the owner isn't even sure is recording. They got that like 10 years ago, and the company that installed it doesn't pick up. Vantage can repair or replace all of it. Cameras that read a face in the dark. Access control, network, intercom, AV. One company, one number. Invest in real security for your business or property. Call Vantage at 720-366-7759 or visit business.vssicolorado.com today.
One real Broncos talk. Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Here we go, boys. All LFL is here. We're actually talking about coming together for the Red Rock show in October and just crewing up. This is good, right?
I just want to hear so bad.
Oh, yeah. It's nice.
I could do this at karaoke.
Do you guys make up your own words for songs, too?
No.
So, like, when I try to, like, relate it to my life. So I'll hit, like, I just want to be her so bad. But if I'm at home, I sing to my dog. We were just talking about my dog, Bruce. And the lyrics then change from I just want to kiss Bruce so bad. I just want to kiss Bruce. You know, stuff like that. You guys don't do that?
I mean, like, if I'm singing to, like, a baby, maybe. Like, not.
You don't change the lyrics for your lady?
No, like, I just, you know, I find I have a deep music knowledge, so I just find a song that's, about her, like, whatever. So, yeah, no, like, I like, well, I'm a writer, so I like the lyrics and music, and I like to find, like, what they mean, and I try to relate it to me without changing the words, you know. But I always do like when, you know, you're seeing a live band and, you know, maybe they released an album 20 years ago and they've changed the lyrics a little bit because it's, like, now what they relate to. And I'm not just being like, and we're in Denver instead of, like, Albuquerque or whatever. No, I mean, like, they changed, like, the actual meaning of the song. You know what I mean? So
yeah. I do it with, what's the other Ella, Weren't for the Wind? and she says, settle down, dig in some roots, find me a farmhouse, find me a you, right? I changed those lyrics to settle down, dig in some roots, find me a Kelsey, and get me a Bruce. Just because it fits fits my life. Want to make it about me. Don't we all do that? I don't know. I guess I'm just a weird one. All right, Jake, let's talk about needs for the Denver Nuggets, and then we're going to have a conversation about Broncos takeaways and Bo Nix. Oh, yeah. Someone wrote, try Mita at the Ella concert. Count me in. 720, you're in. Just like that.
We got to get a friends from KYGO to organize this.
I think I know a guy.
Don't look at me.
Oh. I guess I work there too, but Kevin's got more pull than I do around here. All right, so when it comes to the Denver Nuggets, Jake Shapiro, what would you say their needs are? And if you want to put them in the order of what you think the most important are, that works as well. What do the Nuggets need to return to? We get to October and we go, yep, they got a chance to win the championship.
Number one for me would be a point of attack defender. They need to get better defensively. There's no disputing that. I mean, you go to the playoffs and all of a sudden guys that you've never heard of on the Minnesota Timberwolves are getting free runs at the rim.
Yeah.
That was pretty disheartening. I mean, Terrence Shannon Jr. is a good player, but you know what I mean. Number two for me is ball handling just across the board, more play creation, more ball handling. Number three for me would be rebounding. Number four would be specifically just a backup center that's playable. And number five, especially if Tim Hardaway is walking out that door, is you need to find a way to recapture some of the three-point shooting that made you so good last year. I don't think they need to be the best three-point shooting team in the league, especially because it literally did not matter in the playoffs, but they need to recapture some of that three-point shooting, and it would be very important spacing-wise to take some of the pressure off Jokic, who seemingly has gotten a little bit worse at three-point shooting the last couple of years.
Yeah, it's a point of attack defender is one I'm going to move up onto my list. I'll go ball handling first, point of attack defender second, just sort of flip-flopping there. I wonder, and I guess I'll ask you, because I know they need a backup big. I talked about Spencer Jones's role on the show yesterday. He's not a true backup big, but the way David Adelman's going to operate, he'll be asked to do that a lot.
He's a free agent. Is he coming back?
Well, I guess that depends on the money, right? That's thrown out there, and they couldn't get something figured out in the regular season.
Right,
so
and I doubt he's going for the minimum if they couldn't get something figured out in the last year.
Again, why would he? His value is at an all-time high. It's still not great because of who he is, but it's better than anything that it's been before. So I don't know. Backup big to me, I know it's important. I want it to be higher on my priority list, but I keep telling Cecil this, I'm trying to play the cards I'm being dealt. The card I'm being dealt is David Adelman. So is my priority a big backup center when I know he's not going to play him? It feels counterproductive.
I mean, me and you could sit here and just go, it doesn't matter next year. Let's think about 27, 28, because it doesn't matter with David Adelman, the coach. Like, that's the secret of the season, is it's not going to matter because David Adelman's not going to get them.
But we're talking about a year of Joker in his 30s, Jamal in his 30s, and now wasted an entire year of those guys still in their prime. Jamal just became the best version of himself. And we're going to let a year go by the wayside because the coach doesn't know what he's doing and the owners are cheap?
Or trade him for somebody. Like, it's so disheartening as a fan. But literally in the top 40 free agents, according to CBS Sports, number 40 on the list is Jusuf Nurkic. It's not like there's that good options on the market. You know what I mean? The one name for me at center that's come up a couple times, and there's no way he's going to be available for the minimum. But if he was available for the minimum, and this is a guy that David Adelman would play, I'd be into, is Robert Williams III.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another guy who's hurt all the time.
How old is he?
I'd guess 28 if I just had to throw it, stone at it. But he is a heck of a defender and a heck of a rebounder, and he's going to be a good option for anyone who doesn't get Mitchell Robinson.
You nailed it.
I'm good at this.
Yeah, good job.
Been around the block.
I still liked... who was the guy we talked about before? Mark Williams back in the day as a trade candidate, just a bigger body that can throw it. I like Robert a little bit better. Seems like he's going to move a little bit better than that of a Mark Williams. But like I said, I don't know where to prioritize that because of who David Adelman is. The three-point shooting, I know you had it on the bottom and you're like, hey, if they could just get THJ back, you're okay with that. But if you're Tim Hardaway Jr. and another team offers you more money, which they're gonna, why wouldn't you take it?
No, and there's like a couple other names on here that solve some of both of those issues. Like, what if you got the corpse of Nick Batum? I mean, like, Nick Batum's still good every time I see him, but that's going to fall off at some point.
Yeah.
Gershon Yabusele. He's not a three-point shooter, but he is a very, very good 6'8" center. Like, he is about as good of a 6'8" center as you could possibly be, and he's one of those smaller guys that, DA might play, and he can do a lot of different things. But, we're literally talking about, can they find a way to convince Marvin Bagley to come here?
Ugh.
He had a really good year last year, shockingly. Day'Ron Sharp from the Nets. I think he's a restricted free agent or he's got a team option. But let me tell you, if Day'Ron Sharp stays on the Nets with Julius Randle and Michael Porter Jr., not only are none of those guys passing the ball, they're getting every rebound and then instantly turning it over. Yeah. The three of them, it would be a clown show.
The Nets are going to be a very interesting team to watch.
Andre Drummond, Jock Landale. These are some of the. Yeah.
Oh, Jock Landale's a great name.
So there's like names on here, and to me, this is why I say, as depressing as the backup center list is on the open market, if I read you the backup guard list,
it's even worse.
It's way worse.
Yeah.
So that's why even the backup wing list. So that's why I say, to me, your best asset management to me is to go figure out a way to get a backup center via the trade market or free agency this year. And you should use this draft pick to get somebody that's useful elsewhere in your rotation, whether it's a wing, whether it's a guard. I don't think a center that's likely not going to play much as a rookie is that helpful when you already have two centers that are young in Zeke Naji and Deron Holmes that do not play.
Yeah, and neither of them will play in the immediate future.
Well, maybe. They might not have an option with Holmes.
He just can't guard anybody.
Yeah, he led the Nuggets in three-point shooting percentage last year.
That's
I don't know if you knew that.
Going for, yeah. But what, took 8 or whatever the number was? We'll get back to it. 1:45, we'll give our official predictions on what happens tonight with the 26th overall pick for your Denver Nuggets. In the meantime, we're going to get into that conversation about the Broncos. Bo Nix still has another level to get to before he's considered a top-tier NFL quarterback. But what would help the Broncos more this year? Him getting there or the defense being a top 3 team in the NFL in takeaways? We'll answer that next.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
DenverSports 104.3 The Fan's third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child, ages 8 to 14, will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South. And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at DenverSports.com/camp. That's DenverSports.com/camp.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. And when it comes to your internet, you want the most intelligent, and that's what they provide. The most intelligent Wi-Fi that can hunt down and fix problems. Reliability, well, you want the most reliable Wi-Fi for streaming, gaming, working from home, and coverage that goes wall to wall in your home. How about security? Wi-Fi that's security blanket for your network and reliability. Fiber-powered network with 99.99% reliability, built for speed so you can run multiple devices at once, and Wi-Fi that makes everything in your home tie and work together. Consistency, you can lock in 5 years of predictability. 5 years, the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, you can get online with minutes, same-day Wi-Fi. Hey man, that's the price lock guarantee. 5 years, same price, no contracts, no commitments. It's all included. Everything you need, including the data and equipment, the most reliable Wi-Fi. That's Xfinity, guys. Imagine that.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
He's a former coach with 2 sons who played professional basketball. Satch Sullinger's a competitive individual, but his golf game was suffering because of painful joints.
Right, that's real important, the golf game. Right, as we get older, we create these bad habits because we're relegated to hit a certain way.
QC Kinetics used regenerative treatments, all natural healing properties from Satch's own body, to restore those damaged joints and get his golf game back on track.
QC Kinetics Regenerative Medicine is regenerating me, all natural, and that's what I'm about. I'm going to tell everybody why I'm better.
Oh, and by the way, looks like the competitive Satch is back.
We're all in the same boat, and I'm getting better, and I'm watching them stay old.
Go to QCkinetics.com. Get relief and your game back. Call for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986.
All right, barbecue fans, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040 with something special for you that we're cooking up for the best free meal in all of Denver. Now, in addition to my delicious smoked pulled pork that we serve on nearly a monthly basis and my copycat Chipotle chicken recipe that has a kiss of smoke and is fantastic. Our friends over at Old Style Sausage, a local company that makes these sausages that are custom made for the smoker. Mike Daborski over there is going to give us some. So this summer, they will join the menu at the best free meal in Denver. We're here to help. It's every first and third Thursday. You get free groceries and a hot meal for the night. No questions asked. You just pull up and pop the trunk. It's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road, E Hills Church from 4 to 6 p.m. Help us spread the word.
Need better rest? Let Mattress Firm's sleep experts match you with the perfect bed at the July 4th sale. They make sleep easy.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is GOAL, G-O-A-L. Text GOAL to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's GOAL to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, we're going to have a conversation about the Broncos and what helps them more in 2026. Is it Bo elevating his game, becoming a true, can't argue, top-tier quarterback, or is it something that VJ's talked about, Sean Payton talked about last week, and that's getting turnovers? What will help the team more in 2026? We're going to answer that, debate it in just a moment. And one more reminder about what's happening this Saturday, June 27th at All City Stadium. That's at Denver South High School. It's our third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan youth football camp presented by Walmart. If you've got kids between the ages of 8 and 14 that want to get some hands-on coaching from former Denver Bronco players like Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, Brandon Stokely, as well as a staff of coaches from Denver South, will get signed up now at DenverSports.com/camp. Best part about this, all proceeds are going to benefit Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Colorado. Absolutely love what that group does. So let's get the kids out there learning and give a little dough to Big Brothers Big Sisters so they can continue to do what they do. My man Jake Shapiro sitting in for Cecil Lammy is going to be tomorrow as well, as we've been all over the NBA draft today. But, Jake, this conversation about Bo or the defense, really Bo elevating or the Broncos being better than 14 takeaways, which is what they had a year ago. What would help the team a little bit more? Now, I do know defense matters, but the argument about defense winning championships, so on and so forth, I just think that's a little played out. You know what wins championships in the NFL? Quarterback play, offense, scoring points, having a franchise quarterback that you know what you're getting out of him every single time he takes to the field. So do the Broncos need to be better at turning the ball over? Sure. Can Huff just catch the ball and that might check that box for us? I think it can. If Bo Nix elevates and puts himself in a position where he's throwing for 4,200 yards, where he's still flirting with 30 touchdown passes, and he's still right around 10, 11, 12 interceptions. That's what will elevate this team. That's what can get them over the hump. The defense has been outstanding for, damn, it feels like a decade how long the defense has been good, and all we've wanted is that quarterback that you can trust, throw the ball downfield, and put your team in the red zone to score points. Well, they've got it now. If you can just take that next step, that's what gets the Broncos over the hump. So I know defense is important, but my answer is Bo Nix. What about you?
Yeah, the defense has been good since that game in Miami.
Yeah.
That wasn't a decade ago. That was actually much more recent than you may think. But, yeah, I don't see a world in which Bo Nix goes from being, and I've said this over and over, the best case scenario for Bo Nix is he ends up being like a league average to slightly above league average quarterback. I honestly believe that.
He's already that.
QBR, he was 15th in the league.
He was 8th in passing touchdowns, led the league as a rookie in passing touchdowns a year ago.
I would argue that he's just about above league average, but he stays healthy and he adds a little bit more on the ground. So, yeah, maybe he's just bordering on the outside of the top 10. But I just don't see there being much more room for growth. I mean, I even think guys like Brock Purdy and Jordan Love are better than Bo. I really do. And that's that second tier of quarterback. I'd rather have Dak, contracts being even. I'd rather have Dak Prescott right now than Bo.
Well, Dak is severely underrated in my opinion. I think Dak's a stud quarterback.
Right. There's probably 10 guys I would take before Bo. I mean, I think Stroud's an interesting conversation. I mean, obviously the way last year ended, but there are statistical points that show that Stroud was still better even last year than Bo. So I know people in this town are going to want their guy to think that it's the guy. And, I'm kind of with you to the sense of, well, how far can a defense take you? My answer is far, but it needs to be both things. Seattle last year was one of the best teams on both sides of the ball. It wasn't just one side of the ball, and that's what it takes to get you a Super Bowl win. Last year, the Denver Broncos had a top 3 defense, and it was only top 3. It should have been top 1, but they fell apart a little bit at the end of the year. A top 3 defense and probably a top 15 offense. Mm-hmm. If their defense next year is a top 3 defense and their offense is top 10, as long as they're able to win a road playoff game, they have a chance to go to the Super Bowl. But it's going to look a little bit rougher because the schedule is so tough. So my answer is I think the defense is probably going to generate more turnovers, or is more likely to generate more turnovers next year than Bo is to jump into being in the conversations with Drake May, Matthew Stafford, Josh Allen, and Patrick Mahomes for league MVP. And that is honestly the next step. That's the difference between those tier 2 and tier 1 guys. Maybe Bo's in like tier 3, and Josh and Pat are tier 1, and then Stafford, and but you get the point. That's kind of where it takes. I don't think Bo Nix is at a point right now in his career where he could be considered an MVP level quarterback in any given year. Those guys all can be, whether they're in tier 1 or tier 2.
And I can't argue with the MVP part of it. Bo, there's this number, 4,000 yards passing, that quarterbacks have to achieve to be looked at one of like, oh, you are a part of this tier conversation that we can have. He was close, 69 yards away from it a year ago. Now you add Jalen Waddle. So is Bo going to be looked at as the Patrick Mahomes, Matthew Stafford kind of guys as soon as this year? I don't know. The addition of Jalen Waddle could bring that, but I look at who Bo Nix is, like I said, top 10 in passing yards last year, top 10 in passing touchdowns 2 years ago as a rookie. The best quarterback at not taking sacks, the best quarterback in the NFL at not throwing interceptions and putting himself in a bad position. Some of that can be held against him because he's conservative and plays a little too safe, some people will say. But I think what he's bringing, and again, this is me projecting what he is with Jalen Waddle now and this new look offense under Davis Webb. I just think him taking a next step and becoming that 4,200-yard passer, putting himself in the conversation, more of the conversation with these elite quarterbacks, that's what helps this team. And I think that's what he's going to do this year. A lot of that's for Jalen, but that's what he's going to do. He's going to be the one throwing the ball, so he gets the credit.
Well, and you think about where Bo was in touchdown passes thrown last year at 25 and, right in there with a lot of guys that threw right around 4,000 yards. And it was, Baker threw 26, Josh threw 25, Jordan threw 23, Brissett threw 24, Rodgers threw 24, Darnold threw 25, like right there in that category. The next step up is Trevor Lawrence threw 29, Prescott threw 30, Goff threw 34, Stafford threw 46, man.
Dude.
That's ridiculous.
That's crazy.
So it's not like they're lacking because of Bo, especially when you consider the rushing aspect that Bo adds to it. But I just don't see it with Bo turning in to that next level. I think that I have more faith in the defense, especially and I know they used their first-round pick on Jalen Waddle this year, but they used a lot of draft capital the last couple of years to continue to strengthen the defense. That's where they've spent a lot of their time and effort. And as much as I think Jalen Waddle will help this offense, I don't know that it's quote-unquote a game-breaking addition to this offense. I think it's a helpful piece, but I still have some real questions about what that running back room looks like, especially if Dobbins goes down. And me and you have talked about it. I know people love the offensive line, and the offensive line has been good, but they've shown some signs that they've gotten a little bit worse over the last couple years. And it's not like there's a new offensive lineman coming in there to make things better, and their rushing scheme, in my opinion, has not been the best. Maybe Davis Webb fixes all of this. And the questions we're asking, by the way, are pretty high-level questions. This is questions we're asking of a team that's a contender. We're not asking who's going to be their quarterback, what are they going to do for wide receiver one. We're asking how it all schemes out. That's a really good sign for the Broncos. We're not asking if they're going to be a good team. We know they're going to be a good team.
Yeah.
The question now is what takes them to being a consistent AFC title contender.
Well, to your offensive line questions, which are fair, we're going to have a segment tomorrow about how they operate inside the 5-yard line specifically, and I think we'll be revisiting that offensive line question based off some of the numbers old Kiss My Stats, Kevin Kistner over there, is bringing up for us. All right, we'll come back, wrap this thing up, put a big bow on it. We will officially tell you a couple of things, what we think the Nuggets are going to do and what they should do. How different are the two? Find out next.
Does Denver's 2 MVP superstars need to win at least one more championship each in order to cement their legacies as all-time greats in their sport?
But if you are talking about legacies and you're talking about all-time greatness and you're talking about the idea of your players or your teams being remembered 20, 30, 40 years from now, and you really do care about legacy, then yes, Jokic has to win another championship. McKinnon has to win another Stanley Cup.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This feeling is brought to you by Aleve for back pain relief. What feeling is that, you ask? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from back pain. That move how you want to, not how you have to feeling. That keep going through your day without slowing down feeling. The kind that brings you back to yourself all day long without interruption. Oh yeah. Because Aleve offers long-lasting pain relief. Feel up to 12 hours of back pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Non-stop rodeo action at Cheyenne Frontier Days. Contestants competing for more than $1 million and the most coveted championship title. Every ride and every run counts. No second chances. It's sudden death. Move on or ride off into the sunset. Only at the daddy of them all. Rodeo tickets on sale now at cfdrodeo.com. Cheyenne Frontier Days, the wildest ride in the West.
Your windows are calling. They have something to say. Here's the truth. The window's only part of it. In Colorado, even a great window can fail if it's not installed right. That's what really determines what lasts. That's why I trust Gravina's Window Center of Littleton. Installation is where the conversation starts. They've served Denver and the Front Range for over 50 years, and right now, get 25% off Infinity by Marvin Windows. Visit windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
We got Jake Shapiro, and we got Less Than Jake in our ear holes.
This song's about hydration breaks.
You know Less Than Jake?
Of course.
Nice, dude. You're already a cool guy. You just got cooler in my book.
I mean, for how popular my name is, there are actually very few Jake things.
Yeah.
The Jake from State Farm thing. Get out of here, man. Enough of that. But, like, think about how many famous athletes, Jake Plummer, obviously.
Yeah.
But, like, my name, my baby years, like, the couple years after, was one of the most popular names in the country. And, like, the best athlete I can think of is, like, Jacob deGrom. Obviously incredible, but that's Jacob, not Jake. And then we got, like, Jake Cronenworth. Like, that's, like, the precipitous fall off. Like, we don't really have that many Jake athletes. Like, I don't think there's a Jake in the NBA.
Off the top of my head, I can't come up with one.
Right.
Yeah, it's weird.
Like, why are there so many I mean, I know why there's so many Jalens and not as many Jakes, but Jake is a much more popular name than Jalen. You'd think there would be one Jake in there.
I've never thought about my name. There's Josh's for sure.
There's definitely some great Josh, the Wilder, the boxer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's a really good one.
That is a good one. I forgot about him. I never did the name game. I'm thinking about that throughout the night.
Maybe I'm like egotistical, but I always think about that with like myself, and I think about it with other people. Like, who's the most famous athlete? Like, it would suck to be in Denver named John. Like, you'll never be the most famous John in Denver.
No.
You'll actually probably be number 3 because of John Denver and John LA.
Yeah, right.
But, like, my wife has said this to me, and this was one of the reasons why my wife didn't take my last name. And she's like, until you have the most famous version of your last name, I won't take it. So, like, I'm on a mission to become, like, I got to become the most famous Jake Shapiro.
You need her to be a Shapiro.
Yeah.
Did she hyphen it or anything, or she just kept the maiden?
She kept it maiden.
Oh, wow. Well, she also has...
She got a good name.
She's a name for herself,
yeah,
too.
She's important.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, right.
Someone just texted me Jake Laravia. Like, come on.
That's not the name you're looking for.
No.
Not at all. Yeah, and your wife has an important job.
That was Zach.
People know.
That was Zach. But just texted me that. I didn't see the name. I just saw Jake Laravia.
All right. I want to get into what our final decisions are, what we think this is going to go down. We'll get to that for what the Nuggets are going to do. As far as the Greek Freak to Miami deal goes, is that the only big trade that we're going to see? You've already mentioned, hey, Jaylen Brown might still be on his way out of Boston. Is that something that happens tonight or tomorrow night for round 2? Or do we just get a draft, and then when free agency opens, what's the tampering window in? Oh, it's a week from today. And then things start to go? Or do you think tonight's a, hey, everybody be paying attention to the NBA kind of night?
I think that it's worth paying attention to the NBA tonight because the top 4 players in this draft are phenomenal. Cameron Boozer, Darren Peterson, AJ Dembassa, whatever order they go in, and then Caleb Wilson. Those are 4 players that should have all-star level careers, if not all NBA careers. Some of them maybe franchise-defining talents. I don't know if any of them are quite on like the Victor Wembanyama type trajectory, and that's a once-in-a-generation prospect up there with LeBron. But you watch Darren Peterson's high school tape, and he looks like Kobe Bryant. And I like don't want to put that on a young kid, but holy heck, that guy can play. And then AJ Dembassa literally has college numbers his freshman year that were Larry Bird at Indiana State. Cameron Boozer is 21-10 in the NBA written all over him. So you should be watching for the top 4 in this draft no matter what because the order is not solidified. There's still a lot of smoke over who the Wizards will take at 1, what's going to happen at 2 with Utah. Will they draft, Peterson, or will they go with Boozer, who's the son of someone who works for them, or Dembassa if he falls to them because he went to BYU and their owner is a huge BYU sponsor or donor. And then there's some really interesting names, especially because in the Nuggets case, they have to beat Oklahoma City. And Oklahoma City has 12-17 in this draft. Will they keep both those picks and make interesting picks or try to trade up, get a big prospect, or use those picks for leverage to get a star player? Now, there's a lot of Jaylen Brown smoke. Maybe he gets dealt tonight. I'm not sure. But generally speaking, at least 1 to 2 starting caliber players will be moved in the NBA tonight. And maybe you need to be more of a deep-cut NBA fan to know those guys, but there'll be somebody that's moved that is important tonight.
Okay. Well, I'm fired up for it. I want to figure out exactly what we want the Nuggets to do. Before that, I couldn't remember what his last name was. You've seen Major League. Jake Taylor.
Well, I used the quote from Bull Durham yesterday to explain to the kiddo I took to the baseball game. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and sometimes it rains.
How old is the kid that you took?
Like 10.
Oh, so he's old enough to completely understand what's going on in the game.
Yeah, but not old enough to watch Bull Durham yet.
Yeah. Because I'm like thinking about Jake, baseball purist, loves the game. And for some reason in my head I had him like it's 5 or 6. And I'm like, you're just berating this kid with baseball information that he's never going to retain. But 10 years old is enough to...
He was watching the pitching mechanics of like Payton, whoever was pitching out there for Boston, Jake Bennett. There's another Jake. There you go.
There you go. Yeah. And you were teaching him to score the game too?
Yeah.
That's actually pretty cool.
Got to.
You know, I'm embarrassed to admit this. I didn't know how to score a baseball game until I was 26, 27 years old, and went with a friend like you that just loved the game. And I was like, I got an embarrassing admission. I've never scored a baseball game. Let's do it together today.
I got the scorecard, I got the binoculars, and I got the radio station in my ear.
What are you, 70? Holy hell, dude.
I'm an old soul. What can I tell you?
All right. Well, I respect that about you. All right, Jake, let's do it. Let's call our shot tonight. Actually, real quick, you've got some news about CU that we might learn something. They're telling us we're going to learn something tonight about CU basketball.
CU hit me with an email yesterday saying they have an announcement coming this week that will have a major impact on the future of this program. A press conference scheduled for tomorrow at 10 a.m. right when we're on the air, but they're going to announce that news tonight, and we'll find up in a follow-up on Wednesday morning from who and whatever. CU basketball also just posted some Derek White highlights.
Huh.
And
Interesting.
I'll not report the news, but I'll connect some dots here. Really good NBA player, Desmond Bane, just got announced working in the front office for TCU, his alma mater.
Yeah.
Steph Curry has worked in the alma mater for Davidson. And I'm just kind of wondering and connecting some dots here whether a guy we all know and love around here, Derek White, is going to come back and do some things while actively playing in the NBA, working for CU to help promote that program. So it's something we've seen out of other NBA players. It would be fascinating to see Derek do it, and we'll find out later tonight. And if that is what happens, we'll try to talk about it tomorrow on the show.
Yeah, if it's the big news, we'll certainly be talking about it tomorrow, but could be fun. For CU basketball doesn't have a lot of buzz right now and hasn't for a while. But maybe this big announcement can change some of that.
No one's following CU basketball more closely than me. It's one of my favorite teams in the world. There's 7 of us. I'm one of the 7. And the thing is, the Tad Boyle superpower is he was able to find under-recruited 3-star guards. And he found another one this year in Isaiah Johnson. And now they just hit the portal after they show out their first year at CU. Whereas before, it was Derek White, it was McKinley Wright, it was Spencer Dinwiddie, it was Alec Burks. He found these guys. Alec Burks a little bit different, but he found these guys and developed them into all NBA, NBA caliber players.
All right, it is KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver, plus our friends up north at KARS FM. Laramie, what up with it? 102.9. We appreciate you guys rocking with us. Jake Shapiro, you've been outstanding all day. You'll have the floor first. What do the Nuggets do tonight?
I want to go over the history real quick of number 26 picks in the NBA draft last couple of years.
Okay.
25 was Ben Seraph, okay? Not really impacting the league yet. 2024, Dylan Jones, who's a solid NBA role player already. 2023, Ben Shepherd, really important player for the Pacers.
Yes.
2022, Wendell Moore, that didn't work out. 2021, Bones Highland.
Oh, wow. It was supposed to work out. Bones is just an immature child.
He just beat the Nuggets in a playoff series, though.
2020 about it.
Payton Pritchard.
That's a good one.
So there is,
a good one.
Based off recent history, about a 50% chance the Nuggets get an impactful player tonight if they hang at 26. And ESPN this morning mocked LeBaron Philon from Alabama, a guard who scored 22 points his sophomore year of college at Alabama, to the Nuggets. That would be such a boon for them. If Morez Johnson or Yaxel Lendenberg are somewhere in the area, then the Nuggets need to trade up to find a way to get those guys. I really wish that that's what the Nuggets are going to do tonight. However, I believe the Nuggets are probably going to trade out of this pick and dump some salary, and we will not be talking about the Nuggets having drafted in the first round. However, they'll have a couple second-round picks tomorrow if you're excited for some second-rounders.
I'm going to go with a pick. I think they do make the pick, and I think they stay right at 26. And again, I'm looking at how they're going to build this roster. Dude, they need multiple vet minimums, and they might need multiple rookie-scale contracts to help fill this thing out and get where their owners want to be as far as their finances go with the salary cap.
You know what's cheaper than a first-round pick?
Another
second-round pick, baby.
You're right, but I also think they're so terrified about perception right now of who they are and what we've been exposing them for, that they want to make that pick. Because you go get Swain, the guy I think they're going to pick from Texas, the 6'7" guard. You go, hey, we got a dude that can play, that can be an impact player right now. Oh, and by the way, we got him at 26, the 4th lowest rate we can get in the entire first round. So in their mind, I think they're going to go, we got a player that can make an impact. We're doing it at our pick, and it's still on the rookie scale. We're going to control some of that salary for a few years. So I think they make the pick, and I want it to be Swain from Texas.
You want it to be Swain, but you think it might be Pete.
It could be Pete, yeah. I'm not the biggest Pete guy. I understand what you said about him. I just, at 19, can he or Swain make a difference this year? It's Swain.
If you were Scottish Josh Dover hitting the links, you would love Pete.
I probably would love Pete.
Because it's a type of soil. Did you get the joke?
No, but
well, there you go.
You're smarter than me when it comes to soils. Philip Lindsay sliding in here. Zach Bye and Philip Lindsay will get you home, get you ready for this NBA draft tonight. You get down on the NBA draft, you fired up to see what the Nuggets do tonight, or you just wait for it to get the results?
Usually I'm not the biggest NBA draft guy, but tonight's going to be a big one for the Denver Nuggets because of what they're going through. I want a guy that's going to be athletic, rangy, defensive-oriented, because that's something that the Denver Nuggets lack. They lack toughness. They lack defensive-minded guys. and they lack the youth, right? It's all about being younger in this league. So I'm excited to see what the Denver Nuggets do. Do they move up? Do they stay the same? Who are they going to attach to this draft pick to maybe, do some salary dump, So those are the things that I'm looking for. But hopefully we get a really good player, a good role player that's not necessarily going to start right off the bat, but he's going to come in, give you meaningful minutes, maybe defensive-minded, so he's going to be a little bit more aggressive to help Jokic out so that Jokic can do his part. That's what I'm looking for, y'all.
So Phil wants Morez Johnson, Yaxel Lenenberg, or Cameron Carr.
You like the guys he likes.
There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Like the guys you like. ZV, what about you? I know you're a basketball guy, so you're down with the draft. What do we learn about the Nuggets tonight? Are they picking at 26, forward, backwards? What are they doing?
Man, it feels like, and maybe I'm crazy. You guys tell me how you feel. It feels like it could be 33%, 33%, 33%. Moving up, moving back, picking at 26. I could absolutely see them making tonight all about dumping salary and not absorbing players back in a return for a trade. If that happens, you reserve the right as a Denver Nuggets fan to let this team have it. You reserve the right, because almost a year ago, Josh Kroenke said we have a obligation to Nikola Jokic to maximize this era. And if this becomes about dumping salary, which we've been talking about for probably 6 weeks now, you reserve the right to let your voice be heard. I think it would be mostly unacceptable if that's their approach tonight. If they stay at 26 and they grab someone, I really like the Ejiofor kid from St. John's. We talked about him. You're looking to get more of an attitude, more physical.
Yep.
That's who he is. He's not the most skilled player, but I think he could actually play for you as a rookie. But he's got to fall to you, right? 26 is kind of, Jake, I know you said maybe 50% chance. You quoted a couple players. I don't think it's 50%. I think it's lower than that. I just don't feel good about where we're at with the Denver Nuggets. I just don't.
So it sounds like you're leaning towards salary dumps.
Yes. If I had to pick which percentage is maybe a little bit more, maybe not 33%, but is 37%.
I'm with Zach that there's a 66% chance they're not picking at 26 tonight.
But then how do they fill out their roster?
Well, either they're going to fill out their roster by using a salary and the pick to get up and using a rookie scale contract to replace that salary and then fill it in with a minimum on the backside, or they're literally going to save $200,000 by having a second round pick instead of a first round pick, which you could get Zubi Ejiofor probably at 31 or 32.
Man, but if I told you 2 years ago these were the conversations we'd be having.
That's what I'm saying. We're in a position where we're talking about the Nuggets saving $200,000.
Yes.
What are we doing?
Well, look what they traded. They traded how many second-round picks to get off Reggie Jackson's contract?
3 second-round picks. It was $5 million.
3 second-round picks. You had to attach to Reggie Jackson to not pay him $5 million. I mean, guys, $5 million in the NBA is found in the couch cushions.
Yeah.
And so it's really discouraging. It's really discouraging. The problem is, though, and I always have to sort of shoehorn this in, and I'm not giving an excuse because if they go this route, it's wrong, okay? But unfortunately, the Nuggets did not give ownership enough evidence that you should go into the tax again. They won 2 postseason games. You need to win 16 to win a championship. They got halfway to 1 quarter of what is required to win a championship. So if you're Josh Kroenke and you're looking for reasons to save, despite the things that you have said, the obligation to win, and you're looking for reasons to save, they gave you a reason. This was the worst version of the Nuggets that we have seen in the Jokic era in the championship window. So it just sucks. Guys, there's a good chance. I shouldn't say good chance. There's a decent chance that we come in to do the show tomorrow. Aaron Gordon's not on the Denver Nuggets.
Well, I was going to ask you guys, and I want to hear from all of you guys on this. You have to pick one core player to attach to the first round to move up. All right, salary dump, obviously. Who are you attaching?
In a salary dump move, who would I attach to the 26th pick?
Yeah.
This is not to move up. This is to well, you wouldn't. I don't. You wouldn't attach a core player to the 26th pick for a salary.
Or
dump.
just even to move up.
Okay. I would say I'm much higher on Cam Johnson than most. I would not trade Cam Johnson. I would trade Jamal.
Wow.
I would trade Jamal because I'll just continue to say in today's NBA, you're not winning anything when your two best players are your two worst defenders. And it's almost, and I know this is going to be backhanded, but it's a testament to his season. His stock has never been higher, right? You're talking about an all-NBA guard. So if you pull that lever, you're going to free up a ton of salary.
But so who do you get that's a better defender and can score at the rate, or are you sacrificing the scoring?
Yeah, so in this, the framing of the question was salary dump.
Okay.
Whose salary would I dump? I would pull that lever because it's dumping the most salary. 3 postseasons in a row, Jamal Murray has not been good. 3 postseasons in a row. And so I would, his jersey's going to hang up, poster stays on the wall. He's been great. But I have enough information right now that, I don't think this core is going to win a championship again. So I would pull that lever.
Can you trade Jamal and 26 to get to 7 with the Kings or 8 with the Hawks?
I think you can.
Because I think that's about as high as you can get.
If you trade Jamal right now, when the stock is right
All
where
NBA.
it is,
Yep.
all NBA, that's a powerful statement.
I can't do it.
You can get into the top 10.
I don't think you can get higher than 7. I don't think Brooklyn
No,
does it, and I don't
Are
think
you
LA does
Are you
it.
getting Darius Acuff?
You would do it for Acuff.
Yeah, I would do that.
So how
much?
much?
I wouldn't do it, but I see Zach's argument. Acuff to me is an unbelievable guard prospect.
He is. He is so fun to watch. He is a dog.
My answer to your question is Aaron Gordon.
Okay.
And it's because of, you're talking about playoffs, and it's just availability. His body has broken down the last 2 playoffs. I'm going to lean on history here and say your body's going to break down on us again, and I'm going to get ahead of that body breaking
To
down.
me, if I could get 26 plus Cam Johnson to 15 where Chicago is, and they just got another first-round pick yesterday, so they've got other picks in the first round, and you take one of Yaxel Lenenberg or Morris Johnson, whichever Michigan forward is there.
I love Johnson.
That's my number one tonight is Morris Johnson. I don't think
So
he's
you
making it
move
to the
up.
Nuggets. You move up to 15. I think I think if you're putting Christian Brown or Zeke Naji with the first round pick, you're moving down. I think Cam Johnson, Aaron Gordon, or Jamal Murray are your only options to move up with the first round pick. And Aaron Gordon's probably not going to get you up that high, but I still think Aaron Gordon's value around the league is higher than people think in Denver because everyone else around the league can talk themselves into that guy and we can fix him. That's how this works.
Mark Stein said a week ago that that's the interest. They're knocking on the door of the Nuggets for Aaron, nobody else.
I would baby with T-Rex arms pushback.
I like the impersonation.
I think I'm here in the studio doing the T-Rex.
Okay, Step Brothers.
No, who used to do that? Your teammate on the Broncos, AJ Johnson. AJ Johnson.
Oh yeah, like the dinosaur.
Johnson used to do the dinosaur.
The dinosaur man.
Yes.
He used to do a weird voice with it. Different guy. Oh yeah.
I think Cam Johnson is highly desirable too. Twofold. An expiring contract in this landscape in the NBA is so insanely more coveted than 2 years ago. And by the way, here's the thing too. We're talking about moving these guys. Onboarding big money has also never been harder to do than it is right now in the NBA. So when you talk about Jamal, when you talk about Aaron Gordon, whose contract extension hasn't even kicked in yet.
Kicks in this
So it's
year.
like, honestly, if we're doing fantasy basketball here, I would move Jamal and Aaron Gordon.
That's why there aren't even many other options besides 7, 8, and 15 to move up because all of these teams have they're pot committed to the deals and they can't even take on more salary.
You went through it. It's like 16 through 22. You can't get those spots.
Can't
get those spots tonight.
Nope, you can't.
See, I would just I'm getting rid of Jamal too. I'm with Josh on this one. Get rid of Jamal.
I said get rid of
Oh no, Jamal. I'm sorry. Get rid of AG.
I get rid of both of them.
Yeah. And if I could, I would do that.
If I could have my way, because what just happened to the Nuggets was dramatic. Losing to backups in the first round was dramatic.
Yeah.
I think a dramatic response to where you're at in this window is what's required.
Our big question today was Jamal and AG for Jaylen Brown and Derek White. Are you doing that?
Oh, can you say it again?
Jamal and AG for Derek White and Jaylen Brown.
Sign me up.
Yeah, I just don't. I think the Celtics are too smart. I don't think they would do that. But if you could, I would absolutely. Like, where do I sign? Do I need to prick myself and sign it in blood? Like, I'm good.
Fascinating.
Yes.
Yeah,
that was the closest I got to saying yes. I'll go off of Jamal.
Yeah,
that scenario right.
I mean,
interesting.
And Jamal has been great, but Jamal is a one-time All-Star. Brown is a Finals MVP, like NBA Finals MVP. All-NBA, All-Star almost every single year. What has he made the All-Star game 5 times or something like that now? I mean, so...
Then you sprinkle in Derek White? I mean, the defense that man's bringing?
And
Come on.
Derek White fits in with every single NBA team. I just think Boston's too smart.
I think if they're trading Jaylen Brown, they're breaking up the contract. They're not getting a guy who's more expensive than Jamal Murray. Personally, I don't love the fit of that deal. That's where I kind of am, because I want Jamal Murray 7.5 assists a game and is 41% from 3, whereas Jaylen Brown shoots 34%. Derek White shot 32% from 3 last year, by the way. His game's kind of fallen off a little bit. I think if you waited a year on Derek White, you could get him for much cheaper, quite honestly. And by the way, you're trying to get off of guys that are making $20 to $25 million like Christian Brown and Cam Johnson, who are not impacting your roster so much. Derek White's kind of in that same situation right now.
Man, fascinating, the layers